it's been a bit, but I'm back with more Umineko Thursday, Gumineko Thursday, and in fact, I've been looking forward to how things continue on from here. Oh, it's been a couple of weeks. Let's see. Ooh. So the Beatos were talking to each other. Tao! I just started! Oh my goodness! Hello! Hello, Tao! What were you doing? What were you doing? Let me shout you out. Jump scaring us! Hello? Hezekiah, hello, Frogfire Fantasy. Let me shout you out. I'm not sure any of my mods are even here yet. You started right at the beginning, or you caught me right at the beginning. Oh, what retro game were you playing? Anyway, hello, I'm Katie. I'm a felted Gumi, and I play a lot of story-driven games and do some crafts, and every Thursday I do Umineko no Nakokoro ni, the famous visual novel. So if that's something you ever wanted to see for yourself, you may get spoiled since I am on episode 6 of 8, so I'm quite far in, but there's probably some cool stuff happening nonetheless, so feel free to stick around. You started out with Smurfs with the SNES and Super Mario All-Stars. Oh, cool. I'm trying to remember what Super Mario All-Stars entailed. Was that a sports game? Like soccer or basketball or something like that? Anyway. I'm glad you had fun. And by all means, cool down and do whatever you need to do after streaming. Thank you so much for bringing everybody over here. All right. Oh, I know what the Smurfs are. They were fairly popular, like with my parents' generation, and kids generally knew who the Smurfs were. Dudes who were blue, and there were some Smurfs movies even. So yeah, I know what the Smurfs are. But I see, I can't even talk right. Smurfs on the SNES. I can imagine kind of what that's like. All right. All-Stars were a collection, recreations of Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, Lost Levels 3, and Mario Bros. Oh, so it's like one of the earliest compilations. Okay, that's cool. All right. So I'm right at the beginning of this scene, so I don't even know whose perspective this is from. Let's see. The eerie sound of the wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was still attached. Oh, thank God. So she hallucinated that whole thing? I mean, whoever this is. I didn't say it was all an illusion, just that it was still attached. Okay. After all, the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. That's somehow even scarier than losing the finger. Yeah, you came in at an interesting time. And yet, the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. Girl, are you in the same room? How can I escape this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room, all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Let me out of here. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. It would probably be hard, even to just get a fist through it. The windows wouldn't budge either. They were no better than the barred prison windows. Oh, Miranda! Hello, it's been a while. What a time for you to pop and be like, hey, so what have you figured out? What do I know and what do I don't know? Well, I know Shannon and Kanon are involved. And I think, they are not who they seem. Yeah, I've been doing less Twitch recently. Okay, good. I'm glad you're back. I think the thought I had been toying with, but I'm still trying to figure out how it fits, like, as everything's being spoken, is, well, I think, Shannon and Kanon are both personalities in the same person. But, but then there's the weirdness of how everybody on the island seems to recognize Kanon and call him by name and seem to not think it's weird he's working on the island and stuff like that. And then there's a lot of weird red text at the end of episode 4 around, like, who can and can't pretend to be Kanon and stuff. So I think there might be some loophole in there somewhere. I'm kind of having trouble reconciling the red text with the possibility that somebody's pretending to be Kanon. Or like Beatrice, quote unquote, is pretending to be Kanon. But, or maybe it's Shannon pretending to be, no. See, this is where I'm, it's like the exact logistics and who is who and when in like the different episodes is tough for me to crack, but I think that Shannon, Kanon, and Beatrice are all personalities or personas of one person who considers them each to be their own person with their own desires, right? But there are two physical people involved. And so, and one of the people who isn't the person who has Shannon, Kanon, and Beatrice personalities is pretending to be Shannon or Kanon. but I'm having trouble like saying for sure. But all of the stuff going on in episode 6 with like the 2 Beatrices and this person locked in a room. There are 2 people and they pretend to be 3 people. Yeah. But one person is also all 3 people. Because I was watching my episode 2 VODs. And after, so Shannon and Kanon early on in episode 6 have that conversation where it's like, well, it can be only you or me who ends up with our sweetheart. It can't be both of us. No, see, that's where I'm confused, Miranda, because I think there's 2 individuals involved. Or else, you know, it wouldn't be weird to see Shannon and Kanon in the same room. But, like there's an accomplice who's pretending to be one or the other, but the red text ends up confusing me with, Kanon. Anyway, so they had that conversation in episode 6. So I went back in episode 2 to look at the parts where it was just Shannon and Kanon and Beatrice. And it was very interesting, and it really made me think that one person had all 3 going on. Because Beatrice, in those early scenes in episode 2, when she's like friends with Shannon and then later tormenting Shannon and Kanon, that sorry, I had a pop-up that distracted me for a second. No, I lost my train of thought. Thanks a lot, Bit Defender. Anyway, right, so in episode 2, it really seemed like Beatrice was kind of the voice in your head that refuses, or not refuses, but just is the one like saying, oh, how could you think things would work out for you? You know, you're just furniture. You're just a little fool for thinking this would work out, you know? Kind of like, you're your own worst critic kind of thing. It kind of came off to me like that. And then Kanon's like, hey, be gone, you witch, leave her alone. Kind of feels like Kanon is a bit of a defense mechanism to be like, trying to protect Shannon, but also in the sort of way that's like, if I pretend to be really detached and not affected by anything, then I can't get hurt kind of thing. So that's why I thought all 3 of them were the same person. But the only thing things make it would, there'd be a lot you'd have to explain if Shannon and Kanon didn't have an accomplice so that they could both be in the room at the same time. There'd be a lot to explain, but Maybe we'll get somewhere with that. Maybe. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out through there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. Sounds strange, but intriguing. Well, at least you're not saying, well then, what if this or that? I guess that means I'm not contradicting myself, but... Hey there. It's not really a new theory, it's just kind of... I was trying to, catch Mirinda up on what my train of thought has been these last few episodes, because Mirinda hasn't been here. What's there to contradict? I'm just narrating so far. Okay, I see. The only thing that could get out through there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. I could say, what about all the times I saw them together, but you saw that already. It's true, I did say, I'm working on that one, right? But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of any way out of there. Shut in here like this, I was no more or less than a prisoner. Hey, how about... Is there a reason, like, if you could hear the family down the hallway, you can't just kind of put your mouth to the crack in the door and be like, help! You know? Was that actually an illusion? Are you actually all alone in there because this is Kuadorion and nobody's going to help you? Shut in here. I was no more or less than a prisoner. Unless someone came from the outside to save me, I wouldn't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, couldn't I just call for help? Girl, that's what I just said! Help! Yes, the tiny gap I could make in that door had to exist so that I could call for help. That's what I'm saying! But could I make the words come out? I had tried to call out for help before, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. I might have made some kind of mistake. I might have just lost my voice in my haste and confusion. Oh, so you're talking about Fight Club. No, that's a good example. I think with Umineko logic, you could totally hand wave if it's just Kanon and Shannon in a room or in a scene. It's harder when they're both in a scene with someone else. Like, for example, just last episode, there was a lot of talk about when that letter dropped in, right? When did that letter appear for everyone in the dining hall to go look at it? But Shannon and Kanon were both in that room with everybody else, and except for the kids and Erika and Goda, I think. They were all in the guest house, right? So yeah. So if everybody in the room saw Shannon and Kanon, I'm saying there's an accomplice. Yeah. I might have just lost my voice in my haste and confusion. Hashtag blame Goda, hashtag Goda did nothing right. What did Goda do to deserve catching all these strays? I might have just lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I cracked the door open one more time. Yo! I have to get Cece in here. Go to defense squad. He fed everyone a bunch of tiny bombs and he didn't even recognize it. You're saying you believe Battler? The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I was sure that everyone was in a room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I could just call out, someone would surely come to save me. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Even though I could say as much as I wanted if I just grumbled to myself inside the room, whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understood. My body wasn't the only thing imprisoned in this eerie locked room. My voice was as well. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It's a mystery. It did sound as though it was making a noisy clanking sound, but I was sure it was no good. Even this sound. Is it? I think this is whoever the culprit is. I think this is something that happened to the culprit in the past. That's what I've been assuming. Even this sound was imprisoned within the locked room. No matter how harsh a sound I made, I was certain it would be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reached the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but that only deepened my despair. Yoda? I don't know. I think he's in his 50s. Huh? This chain? That's insane. I mean, that's me estimating. I don't think he's ever said his age. Even though just a second ago it was a stiff chain that looked like it was used to seal a monster away. At some point, it had transformed into a normal chain lock. This changed everything. Now I could just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo the chain, but couldn't pull it off. The chain not being long enough for that while the door was still open a crack. Of course. You think Goda's secretly a teenager? Conon's pretending to be Goda? Calm down. Well, I swallowed and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain that had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. I could unfasten them normally now. Anyone could. It was easy. This happened to Battler? clink. That moment, that terrible thought, the demon who had locked me in this room, might have been using this as a trap to give me hope and then make me despair even more. Finally stopped haunting me. This is part of his angsty backstory as the game master. That would be unexpected. The chain lock unfastened, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now, there was no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. I had closed the door in order to undo the chain. Okay, so what I think is that all that stuff happened, but when this person passed out, they were put into another room. They thought it was just the exact same room, except this one just had the chain lock done. Which means whoever put her there is still in the room! Did Beatrice redeem herself? We're kind of learning about her past right now. She's been broken into two Beatrices, and they're both learning about themselves. Rep! 10 months of Umineko! I mean, I hope so. But it's looking, the possibilities are looking a bit more bleak, but we'll see. Thank you, Rep! I had closed the door in order to undo the chain, so the warm light from the hallway had been cut off. What if I opened it again and that warm light was gone this time? I was even afraid of that. However, that was just me over-imagining things. Slowly expanding before my eyes. No, this is normal for a door. Hot take, the difference between Beto and Erika is jack shit. I mean, they're both mean. But Erika, I think, doesn't really believe in fun aside from humiliating people by solving their mysteries. And I mean, you could say Beatrice is guilty of a little bit of that. But, I don't know. I think the vibes are different. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed locked room finally opened. I guess you could argue that. I did it! I did it! Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was I could get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I can sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go. Right now. Yeah! At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. Golden Slaughterer now? It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick, metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When had this happened? And when I turned around, I despaired even more. From the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain extended, which was connected to my collar. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What the hell? The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes, the same heartless chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane. That's insane! Damn it! What's going on here? I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door off. But I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I was sure this chain would disappear once I went back inside the room. But it would never let me leave it. Though it had appeared to revert to being a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The fact that a chain lock bound me to that room was just as true now as ever. Tears flowing down my face, I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think for just an instant that I escaped. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like they had been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You may unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. I instantly understood the meaning of that unsettling message. That's a long-ass message to write in red letters on the wall. Then I tried it out and understood completely. When I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the binding around my neck disappears. When I undo the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returns. In other words, I cannot escape this room while the chain lock is still unset. But that means all I need to do is set the chain while outside the room. I undid the chain one more time. The weighty collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through the crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! It's so easy to do from the inside, so why is it so hard to do from the outside? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To bring the chain even close to reaching, I had to close the door as much as possible. But doing that meant there wouldn't be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be done from the inside. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is specially chosen to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Maybe I could manage it with some kind of hard and thin tool? If the gap of the door was just a finger's width across, the chain would have enough length to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack and work the chain with that. That's right. There's a closet just to the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one. Oh, thank God. A single, cheap-looking hanger, like you might find in a laundry room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Oh, who cares? Quickly, quickly! I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. Then I dashed out into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this, but with the door closed this far, the chain should have extra length to spare, and this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. I'll definitely be able to do it if I try enough times. I'm certain of it. It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I had finally gotten my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it was possible, then I would be able to get out. I would be able to escape from here. Girl, what the fuck? Ah! At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had leaned against the door with their forehead, and she, the witch, had laughed. Then I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right. Like hell I'd let go. Like hell I'll let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I'd stuck my wrist through it so that I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. That's so creepy. What the fuck? The witch on the other side of the door watched me and laughed once more. Then, I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place. And between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. Hi. Hi, Ned. It was red text. I realized immediately, at some point in time, even more bloody letters had been written on the door, and my left hand had been covering them up. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been written. It read as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning. A message directly from the witch to me. No matter the method, it is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside. All tricks done from the corridor had been sealed by the red letters, but it didn't present as red text in the game text, so I don't believe it. No way. God, this is so creepy. So, the way I noticed, the way it's like double quotations is kind of like when Sakutaro was talking. So, you could say in a sense it was Maria talking and using Sakutaro as a puppet kind of thing. And so there's two voices here. Like, one is Beatrice, but it kind of sounds like one could be Maria, but it's really high and squeaky, and I'm not sure. It's so spooky. There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force that had been pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. And when I looked at the hanger that was finally free, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burned and bubbled and melted away. Now it was pitifully short and couldn't be used for anything. It would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to fasten the chain from the outside had been sealed. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! What if you just sat down on the floor and waited for somebody to see you? If there is truly anybody at the end of this hallway like you seem to think. I threw the remnants of the wire hanger against the floor, faced the hallway, filled with a warm light, and called for help. Whoever this is. Good question, though. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor, and everything's peaceful there. Just sit down on the floor and wait. If you can't yell, start kicking your heels on the ground. I can't hear their voices, but I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice me! Someone save me! Oh no, is that not working? Oh, come on. I got it, I got this, I got this. Okay, hopefully this will be okay. All right, there we go. I'll test it. You got locked in a college bedroom once while on a weed brownie and it felt exactly like this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's funny, but oh no. I could understand that. Oh God. Okay, let's see if this works now. All right, we're all fixed. Please, someone notice me! Someone save me! This is so spooky. That sounds like George and it's Jessica? This time it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear from the other end of the hallway. Someone, come over here and save me! But the double quotes, something's fake about it. real. Yeah, time moves differently for extra pain. Sorry, but I'm out. Okay. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousins' room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. What do you mean by that? Until I finish the game? The cousins' room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Oh, Itachi's famous quote. Oh my god. Whoa, so you really did have it, George Aniki. Damn you! Damn you, six of spades! Oh yeah, with his like Tsukuyomi. Yeah. He dropped that quote like an anvil. That was a long time ago. Your 8 of diamonds was pretty nasty too. I was so close. Oh, you're incredible, George Oni-chan. You won again. Yep, looks like we've won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle. So she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Ugh, utter defeat. Kono and Winston let his cards drop to the table. The game of sevens that Kono and the cousins had been playing had been a fierce battle. Normally, they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Kono had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose. So George and Battler had responded, and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Kanon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing and more that he just wasn't used to playing games. He wasn't used to the idea that you win some, you lose some. So even a loss in a game played for fun was something he took very seriously. Since he had resolved to win, and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Kono slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back. Hey, you almost had it! But man, I love this stuff. Fighting all out. Whether I go all out or not, it's all meaningless if I lose in the end. That's a very Beatrice thing of you to say. Are you kidding me? If you really give it your all, you can feel good about yourself even if you lose. If you lose after hardly trying, then you feel like grumbling and complaining about how you'd have won if you'd taken it seriously, right? That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. Those guys are always cheery, no matter what the result. And those people are scarier than everyone else.
そこから必ず何かを学び成長するからね。
They always learn something from their experience and grow.
確かに
Very true.
僕は臆病だから何も学ばなかった。
I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. Hydrate, alright. Ah, thank you.
だから未だに未熟なんだ。
So even now, I am yet to mature. I am furniture, so it is useless to dream. Because he had rigidly believed that he had distanced himself from everything and shut himself away. However, during that time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures. And now, her hand rested on the door separating furniture and humans. The old Kanon would have only seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new Kanon, just because he lost the game of spades, man's having a life crisis. He's been going through some stuff, okay? He told a girl he liked her, and Jessica said yes. He's going through stuff. However, the new Kanon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. That could probably be called growth. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. Being able to grow is a privilege given only to humans. Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? Seriously, thanks for going along with us.
いいえ、
Not at all.
僕も楽しかったです。
I had fun too. Oh my god! Hello? Look at this little glance off to the side with a smile, Kanon. This is new. Not at all. I had fun too.
いえ、これが楽しいことなんだって理解できました。
Or perhaps I should say, I now understand why doing things like that is fun.
僕を無理に誘ってくれてありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for forcing me to come.
私たちはさ、もっともっといろいろなことに挑戦していこう。
Let's challenge ourselves more and more. Good question. I don't think they've thought that through.
そして君が知らなかったものを探しに行こう。
And let's go and find more and more things you didn't know about.
それでさっきの話だけどさ。
Oh, so about what we were talking about.
ギターとか興味ない？
Do you want to try, like, guitar?
いや、別に無理にとは言わないけど、その。
I mean, it's not like you have to or anything, but
きっと難しいでしょうね。
this is another new Kanon expression. It must be very difficult.
まあね。
Yeah, I
でも
guess.
さ、そこは丁寧に教えるし、練習は私も付き合うから。
But I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you.
言うほど私もうまくないんだけどね。
Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. At first, Kanon was scared of touching a musical instrument for the first time in his life, certain he would make a complete fool of himself. He knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Kanon was starting to learn.
初めてで下手なのは当たり前です。
It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start.
それから逃げてたら永遠に何も学べない。
If I just try to run away from that, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity.
何にも至れない。
I'll never achieve anything.
そうさ。
Yup.
だからこそ人は上達を実感して面白くなるんじゃねえかよ。
Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving?
私だって最初はさ、右手と左手が別々に動くってだけでもう全然ダメだったぜ。
Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started. Oh, I remember that happening to me when I tried guitar.
でも少しずつコツが分かってくるとさ、だんだん当たり前になってきて。
But I slowly got the knack of it, and it started to feel more and more natural. Jessica gets to chill and relax. Man's here bringing him refreshments. Oh, yeah. What would their life look like if they got together?
僕もその境地に至りたいです。
I'd like to reach that level too.
そのための道の一つにお嬢様との音楽活動があるなら、ぜひご一緒させてください。
If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you. Aww, how cute!
本当に？
Really?
はい。
Yes.
きっと最初は不出来でお嬢様を失望させてしまうこともあるでしょう。
I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start, and I might even make you lose some hope in me at times.
でも本気でやっての失敗だったらそれは清々しいものに違いないと。
But if I've given it my all, I can take failure in my stride.
さっきお嬢様たちに教わりましたから。
That's what I learned from you all just now.
照れるぜ。
You're embarrassing me.
お嬢様のことをもっと好きになりました。
Now, I love you even more, milady.
あなたは太陽のような人なのに僕が目を背けていたから。
As I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun.
こんなにもずっと近くにいたのにそれに気づけなかった。
I never noticed you when you were right there next to me.
じゃあもっと好きになってもらえるように頑張っちゃうぜ。
Then I'd better work even harder to make you love me even more. I know, the cheese. This is how you know Battler wrote this game, right? With this cheese. Kanon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Kanon's expression unexpectedly clouded.
僕がお嬢様を好きになれる理由はこんなにもはっきりしています。
Milady, the reason I love you is so clear.
だからわからなくて辛いです。
That's why I can't bear not knowing.
何が？
Not knowing what?
お嬢様が僕を好きになる理由です。
Why you would start to like me.
お嬢様と違い僕は何も照らしてない。
Unlike you, I do not shine in any sense.
今だってお嬢様に照らされながらその背中についていってるだけです。
Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way.
そんなみすぼらしい僕をお嬢様が好きになる理由が何一つ思いつかないんです。
Can't think of any reason why you would like a wretch like me.
そんなことはないぜ。
That's not true, okay?
カノン君にだっていいところはいっぱいある。
There are all kinds of good things about you, Kanon-kun.
恥を忍んでお聞きします。
Let me swallow my pride and ask.
お嬢様は僕の何が気に入られたのですか？
What about me made you like me, milady? Kanon hung his head. He had never learned anything, so he had never been able to take the lead with her. It made him sad and frustrated that he had always been the one-sided recipient of her affection and could do nothing but respond to it. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Kanon had fallen for Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had listened to Shannon talk about her love with George. Yeah, don't you dare say you're the only boy in my vicinity that I'm not related to, right? That I know of, right? She had listened to Shannon talk about her love with George. And at school, she and her friends always talked about relationships with boys. There was nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if she were to put that into words, she would be misinterpreted as saying any nearby boy would have done just as well. Hey, what were you just saying? However, if nothing else, she knew what she felt at this moment. She really did love Kanon, and she truly wanted a relationship with him. They might end up together as a result, or they might not. But whatever the outcome, she could accept it as long as she held nothing back. That allowed her to stay true to her feelings, what she knew she felt right now, and act on them seriously. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Kanon this. When Kanon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized. What are you implying here? Such a fool. Huh?
僕のどこが気に入ったんですかなんて質問。
What about me do you like?
本当にバカらしいと思ったんです。
That very question is foolish.
自分に本気じゃないから、自分のことさえ理解できてない証拠なんだ。
It's proof that I'm not serious about myself, and that I haven't been able to understand myself.
そんなことをお嬢様に言わせようとするなんて、僕は最低だ。
It's horrible of me to try to make you say it for me.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
女の子だって男子に告白されたら最初に聞いてみたい質問だもん。
After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession.
自分のどこを気に入ってくれたのって。
The question, what part of me do you like?
それを相手に尋ねる時点で、
It was
僕は
immature
未
of
熟なんです。
It was immature of me to ask you that. Although the understanding of love is very naive and immature, the consequences can be dire. Oh, like in Romeo and Juliet, yeah.
そんな未熟者に気に入ってもらえるようなものがあるわけがない。
How could anyone like someone so immature?
いや、そうじゃなくてその。
Wait, that's not... Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Kanon was calm. Isn't that why we're in this mess to begin with? Battler making a promise and failing to keep it? It seems to be so. Yeah. You don't realize what dire consequences this could have, Battler. However, Kanon was calm. And then he spoke.
だから
In that case,
僕がお嬢様を好きになるように、お嬢様にも僕を好きになってほしい。
I want you to grow to love me the way I already love you.
そのために僕は自分を変えていくことにします。
I've decided to change myself so that can happen.
今はまだこんな自分をお嬢様に好きになってもらえるとは到底思いません。
I can't possibly hope for you to love me the way I am.
でもいつか
But someday,
必ず
no matter what, yeah,
絶対素敵なカノン君になれるよ。
I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Kanon-kun.
私がベタベタに惚れちゃうくらいの素敵な男の子になれる。
That guy's so cool that I can't keep my eyes off you.
私はそれまでずっと一緒にいるから。
Until then, I'll stick by you all the way.
時間なんていくらでもある。
We have all the time in the world. I don't know about that part.
ただ時間がそうないのが悔やまれます。
Unfortunately, there isn't that much time left.
時間って？
What about time?
家具の話をするとお嬢様が悲しまれます。
When I talk about furniture, it usually saddens you.
話さなければなりません。
But this is something I must talk to you about.
そしてそれは僕が本気で戦わなければならないことでも
And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul.
何の話？
What are you talking about?
家具だから恋ができないとか、そういう話ならもう聞きたくないよ。
I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture so I can't fall in love
カ
talk.
ノン君は家具なんかじゃない。
You're a human, not furniture.
はい。
I understand.
だから人間になろうと思います。
That's why I intend to become
です
human.
がまだ家具なんです。
But at the moment, I am furniture.
ならなろうよ、人間に。
Then just do it then. Become
かつ
human.
て魔女は教えてくれました。
The witch taught me once.
この世の一なる元素、
The single element of the world. Love!
それは愛だと。
He said it was love.
それはこの世に住まう人間は当たり前のように享受できるものです。
It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted.
しかし家具として生み出されたこの世ならざる身には当たり前ではないのです。
However, it is not something that those not from this world who were born as furniture can take for granted.
その当たり前でないものを得るには魔法か奇跡が必要なんです。
In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In the same way that Ne-san and George-sama would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch.
さっきからこれがわからないの。
I don't really get this last part.
何がわからぬというか、
What is it that you do not understand?
聞かせよ。
Let me hear it.
今回のゲームが始まり、短くない時間がシャノンやカノンの恋への決意に割かれてきたわ。
Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Kanon's determination to fall in love. Yeah, Ange, this is the important part!
それ自体は自らを家具と蔑んできた少年少女の青春の決意
Yep, the
と
queen is
成
back.
長の物語と好意的に見てもいい。
I have no problem with interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and boy who call themselves furniture.
でも二人のある前提にさっきから強い違和感を覚えるの。
However, one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me.
なぜ魔法が必要なのか。
Why is magic necessary? Ah! Get her.
であるか。
Is that it?
シャノンもカノンも、いえ、あえて家具と呼ぶわ。
Both Shannon and Kano, no, I'll purposefully refer to them as furniture.
家具たちは最初から一貫して人間とは恋愛ができないと主張してきた。
Stretch, okay, I probably need that. I definitely needed that. Alright. Thank you. The furniture has always claimed that there cannot be love between furniture and humans.
そこに黄金蝶のブローチという魔法が介在し、その魔法という奇跡の結果、ジョージお兄ちゃんとの恋愛が成立した。
That's where the magic of the golden butterfly brooch came into play. It was the miraculous result of that magic that love was established between Shannon and George Oni-chan.
そう主張してるわ。
That's what they claim.
身分の違いによる許されぬ恋が実るには
Surely it would not be a stretch if they thought that forbidden love across class
魔法の
boundaries
奇跡でもないことにはありえぬとそう考えたとしても無理はあるまい
could never bear fruit without a miracle of magic.
そうね。
Oh, I
だから
agree.
使用人の身分であるシャノンとカノンが共に後宮家の人間に恋をし、
Shannon and Kanon are both servants in love with members of the Ushinomiya family.
許されざる恋に苦悩して自らを家具と卑下したとしても、それは納得できるの。
So it makes perfect sense to me that they might disparage themselves as furniture while suffering from their forbidden love.
ではそなたの納得できない点とは
Then what is it that does not make sense to you? Ooh, the way Featherina's looking.
再び魔法の力がなければ結婚はできない。
Without the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible.
それがシャノンとカノンの二人の共通認識になってる。
Shannon and Kanon both seem to share that view.
これがどうしてもよく理解できないの。
That's the part that I just can't understand. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally. And though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it had gotten to the point where it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage.
結ばれようとする二人の間に立つなぞ飛ぶ矢の前に立ちてそれを掴もうとするにも等しい愚行
Trying to stand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in the path of an arrow in flight and trying to catch it.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
伴侶を生涯守りきると誓ったジョージお兄ちゃんにとって両親の反対や感動さえ恐れるものではない。
George Oni-chan has sworn to protect his partner for the rest of their lives and no longer fears opposition or disinheritance from his
む
parents.
しろそれらさえも彼女への愛を示すちょうどいい試練だとさえ思っているわ。
On the contrary, he even considers them to be the perfect tests to demonstrate his love for
つま
her.
り二人は必ず結婚する。
In other words, they will be married no matter what.
誰も拒めない。
No one can stop them.
そして二人は婚約を快諾した。
And they have both consented to the engagement.
誰にも拒めない阻めない
No one can stop them or impede
馬
them.
に蹴られてなんとやらである
Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture.
そう。
Yeah,
だから不思議なの。
and that's what's
魔
strange.
法なんて必要ない。
There's no need for magic. If George and Shannon had wanted Eva's approval for their engagement, then magic really might have been necessary. After all, Eva had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Eva being convinced were virtually zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they wanted a magical miracle to make Eva acknowledge their engagement.
しかしジョージお兄ちゃんはきっぱりと誓ってるわ。
But George Oni-chan has already sworn to it.
両親に婚約を認められなくても構わ
He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the
Oh, no.
engagement or not. Hey, Rip.
そう。
Yeah,
二人の婚約を阻む理由は何も存在しないの。
there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement. Are you sure, Ange? How about what happens to them every time? Them getting fucking murdered.
そしてそれはシャノンだってよく知ってるはず。
And Shannon should know that well herself.
なのになぜ彼女はこの順風満帆な婚約を受けたこの夜になおも魔法の奇跡を祈るの？
So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic? Ange, Are we not talking about Kanon and Jessica? Why are you talking about Shannon so much?
魔法の奇跡を得なければ結ばれる資格もないというのが
Without such a miracle, she will not have the right to marry,
カグたちの主張である
is what the furniture claim.
つまりこういうこと。
And there you go.
シャノンはジョージの婚約を受けているけど、
It means that Shannon has accepted George's
魔法
proposal,
の奇跡がなければ成就されない障害が残っていると知っていることになる。
but she knows that there's still some kind of obstacle remaining that can't be overcome without a magical
そしてそ
miracle.
の障害は2人の努力では取り除けないと。
And that obstacle isn't something that they can overcome by their own
だ
efforts.
から魔法という奇跡が必要。
That's why they need this miracle called magic.
どうして魔法がいるの？
Why do they need magic?
愛し合う2人に結ばれるための他にどんな奇跡が必要だっていうの？
If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together?
なるほど
I see. Featherine listened to Anja's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and was enjoying Ange finally managed to do the same.
そしてその疑問はカノンにも向けられるわ。
And that same question applies to Kanon as well.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんとの恋路は始まったばかりだけど、2人の気持ちはまっすぐ。
The love between him and Jesco and Achan has just begun, and their emotions are pure.
何の障害もないわ。
There's nothing standing in their way.
黄金蝶のブローチの力なんか関係なく、もう恋仲に慣れてる。
They're already in a loving relationship even without the golden butterfly brooch.
何年もの交際を経て、やがては結婚に行き着いても何もおかしくない。
It'd be no surprise if the relationship they've started lasts for years and eventually results in marriage.
こっちも障害は何も存在しないのよ。
There's nothing standing in their way either.
クラウスと夏日に結婚を認めさせようと思わない限りこちらもまた魔法の奇跡は必要なさそうであるな
As long as they do not seek approval from Kraus and Natsuhi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Ange? What if Shannon and Kanon are both keeping big secrets from George and Jessica, and they're worried that that is the final obstacle? Whether they'll accept the secrets?
「そういうこと」
Exactly.
シャノンの生き方を見てカノンもまた生き方を変えた。
Hanwin watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life.
そして素直な気持ちを伝え、ジェシカお姉ちゃんと2人で恋路を歩み始めた。
Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica and Achan.
必要ないのよ、もはや魔法は。
There's no need for magic anymore.
片思いの相手になら恋のおまじないも必要かもしれない。
If it were a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or
で
something.
ももはや両者は相思相愛、
But their feelings are already mutual.
意思も疎通できてる。
They've already communicated their intentions to one another.
なのにどうしてその上魔法の奇跡が必要なの？
So why do they need a miracle on top of that? Both pieces of furniture are in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't be any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire a miracle of magic? And on top of that, the single brooch is portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. Feels almost as though Shannon is hesitating because if she uses up that miracle for herself, Hanon's chances at love will be automatically sealed away for eternity. Well, that's because they're both the same person, and only one relationship can realistically succeed. So the question is this:
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？
Why is furniture not allowed to love?
魔法という奇跡なくしてはなぜ恋が許されぬことになっているのか。
So, you ask why love is not permitted without the miracle known as magic.
そして
And also,
頑くなに恋ができないと嘆いていた家具たちにそれを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチって
there's that golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of.
一体何だっていうの？
Just what on earth is that?
もちろん魔法の結晶で
Yay,
あ
the
る。
Beatrices! Of course, it is a crystallization of
ただ
magic.
し多くの魔法と同様に反魔法の毒素で焼かれもする。
However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin.
つまり魔女や魔法を信じる者にしか効果がないということなんですね。
So, it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches.
その通りだ。
Correct.
よってわらわと交流することができたシャノンにはその効果を発揮した。
So, Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits.
しかしもしシャノンがそのブローチを砂浜に落とし何も知らぬ者が拾ったとしたら
However, if Shannon had dropped it in a sandy beach, and someone who knew nothing picked it up,
その者が反魔法の毒をまとっていたらブローチの魔法は力を発揮できない。
if that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magic power.
そういうことだ。
Precisely.
魔女のアイテムは直接の手渡しでなければ力を失うことが多いということだ。
A witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly.
しかし魔女の存在を大勢の人間が認めることで反魔法の毒素がなくなり権限することができるのと同じに
However, in just the same way that a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans and the anti-magic toxin
大
disappears,
勢の人間がそのアイテムの魔力を信じれば逆に魔力を維持することもある。
the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many people.
皮肉な話ですね。
That's ironic.
私たち魔女がどんな魔法を授けてもそれを受け取れるかどうかは全て人間次第なんですね。
No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we can give it to can accept it.
薬もそうだと聞いているぞ。
I have heard that the same goes for
同
medicine.
じ薬を飲んでもその効果を知らされている人間にはより大きい効果が出るという。
Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree.
ちょっとわかります。
Oh, I think I
風
understand.
邪薬とか飲んだ時薬効の解説書とか読んでると薬の効きがいいような気がしますよね。
When taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle. As she listened, Beato thought that magic sounded a bit like a charm. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a charm, something that had no effect if the person using it didn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of lower status such as herself would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you have zero chance of success. But if, with the power of magic, you think there just might be some chance of your wish coming true, the probability then rises rises to something greater than zero at the very least. Zero remains zero forever. But even if a faint probability were to exist, it would be no exaggeration to say that an impossible miracle had occurred compared to the time when the probability was zero. Humans can use magic to take resignation, by which they themselves make the probability of success zero and cancel it out. When a human does not give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. And the stronger their belief, the more those odds rise. It was easy to imagine that Shannon had made earnest wishes upon the brooch, believed in its effect. When a human does not give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist, and the stronger their belief, the more those odds rise. That sounds like Kinzo. It was easy to imagine that Shannon had made earnest wishes upon the brooch, believed in its effect, and made many little efforts to get George to like her.
信じる力が魔法になる。
Power of belief becomes magic.
そしてそれを信じさせる者が魔女だ。
And those who make others believe are witches. Those who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely think that it was a sleight of hand. They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they would be sure that it wasn't magic, and they would applaud the splendid trick that had appeared to be magic. But what if they conducted a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, culminating in the exact same thing? Would any of the people there think that was sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist, and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic. In that
これ
case,
は魔法になるでしょうか。
would this count as magic?
ほう
Oh.
魔法の使いの魔女のそなたが初めて振るう魔法とはどんなものか。
Will the witch who cannot use magic now perform it for the first time?
ここに空の紅茶のカップがあります。
Here, I have an empty teacup.
中身は空です。
There is nothing inside it.
空っぽであるぞ。
Mm-hmm. It is empty.
それから
Go on.
これをこうしてテーブルの上に伏せておきます。
I will take this cup, turn it like this, and place it upside down on the table.
それからそれから
And then, what's next?
一緒に目を閉じて魔法の呪文を唱えます。
Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation. It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to
カ
remember.
ップの中に 何が入っていたのか。
What was inside the cup?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to
カ
remember.
ップの中に何が入っていたのか。
What was inside the cup? As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating with her eyes closed. Then a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down to that overturned cup, and scattered away in a spray of gold.
もうよいか、目を開けても。
May I open my eyes now?
は
Yes.
い、目を開けてカップの中身を改めてください。
Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup.
さてさて、
Well now,
そなたが初めて使う魔法はいかほどのものか。
let us see how well your first bit of magic has worked. Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little bit, the older sister lifted up the cup.
おや
Aha.
いかがでしょうか。
How is it? When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal.
これは魔法になるでしょうか。
Does this count as magic?
うんなるとも。
Yes, it most certainly does.
そなたが魔法にて伏せたカップの中に黄金の花びらを生み出した。
Oh, I forgot what what sound effect. Oh, right, the sound effect for gold text is the same as red, so I'll just use the same sound. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. Golden text.
見事な魔法であったぞ。
It was a splendid bit of magic.
愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, it cannot be seen.
それは理解できてるの。
That much I understand.
これを手品だと断じるもよし、
It may be viewed as a
魔
trick.
法だと信じるもよし、
It may also be believed to be magic.
そのものの毒素次第であろうな。
It all depends upon the toxin of the individual.
でもこれはかつての魔法の一部を説明はできるけど、
Then
全
again,
てを説明することはできないよ。
well, this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past. Can't explain everything.
話を戻すけれど、この程度の魔法やおまじないを信じるという程度の話では、
To get back to the point, none of this stuff about believing in magic and charms can answer the
か
question.
たくなに恋ができないと嘆いていた家具たちに、それを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチとは一体何か。
What is the golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of?
という問いに答えられない。
It's not enough for an answer.
そこにいる二人のベアとの話を鵜呑みにするなら、
To take what we heard from the two Beatos at face value,
魔法には彼らの諦めを取り除く力があると考えるのが妥当であろう。
would it not make sense to consider that magic has the power to cancel out the furniture's resignation?
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？
Why mustn't furniture fall in love?
どうして魔法のブローチの力が必要なの？
Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary?
確かにあんたやベアトたちの話は一見、それにおぼろげとはいえ答えを与えているような気がする。
Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one.
でも朗読者だから言わせて、
However, let me say this as a
そ
reader.
れでは納得がいかないの？
I can't accept this as you've presented it.
納得とは
You cannot accept it, you say?
家具たちはもっともっと悲壮な宿命に抗おうとしているわ。
The fate that those pieces of furniture were fighting to overturn was something much more immense than this would allow for.
恋愛成就のお守りを託されたくらいで自己改革ができる程度のものだったとは思えないの。
I doubt that they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given a charm for making relationships.
現にシャノンはかつてジョージお兄ちゃんとの出会いのきっかけを作ったのはブローチのおかげだけど、
It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George
それ以降
Oni-chan.
は魔法の力を借りずに関係を深めたいと言ってベアトにブローチを返そうとさえしたわ。
But after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic. And she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato.
彼女はその時点で一度は魔法の奇跡と決別したはず。
She put the miracle of magic behind her at that
な
point.
のになぜ再びその力を必要としているの？
In that case, why is she once again in need of its power?
さあ
Well, now.
恋と結婚は別物としか言いようがないであろうな。
Perhaps there is no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things. Featherine laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Ange, who hadn't reached it yet.
聞かせてよ。
Let me hear
あん
it.
たの見解。
What's your view?
もう少し寝かせたい。
I'd like to keep that to myself for just a while
それ
longer.
は疑問を持ち思考を巡らすそなたを見ることもまた朗読の楽しみだ。
And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to.
私の見解を話せばそなたはそれに納得し思考を止める。
If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking.
それでは朗読が面白くない。
Then having you read aloud would be no fun.
すでに答えを知ってる推理小説を読ませて右往左往するところを見て楽しんでるってわけね。
So you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to, just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about.
それが感激の魔女というものだ。
Well, I am the witch of theater going.
悪趣味と笑いたくば笑うがよい。我が巫女よ。
If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko.
わははは。
Anybody else feel attacked here as an Umineko reader? Like Ryukishi saying, I want to watch you struggle and squirm. If I gave you a straight answer, you'd stop thinking. Wah ha ha ha. Well, if the story is well crafted, it can be enjoyable regardless of spoilers. Based. Oh, yeah. I need to hear that again.
わははは。
Ange is the best. I understand that a part of magic is created by a believing heart. And that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. I mean, I don't know. But I feel like that sentiment might be communicated a bit through her. It's true for mystery novels, the experience is extremely different. And that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it does permeate so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Visiting a shrine before an important exam to pray that you'll pass is something that many people do. However, not many people will actually credit that visit as the reason for their success. Praying like this contains no power except as a calming influence. What? Maybe nobody is evil? Maybe everybody's just doing their best? Praying like this contains no power except as a calming influence. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can cause a major change. You think Redacted is clearly the most evil? Thanks. I missed you, Miranda. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can cause a major change, this power might cause a massive upheaval. Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. However, with the insurmountable fate that those pieces of furniture claim to be in the middle of, really change because of something like that. I think that in the past, the magical power of the brooch as it joined Shannon and George was little more than a good luck charm. However, at this point, the magical power that the pieces of furniture are seeking from the brooch, praying for their love to succeed, it's not something as vague as a charm. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. Which is the most flawed? Oh, now that's a good question. I think all the siblings are flawed. Who's the most flawed? Well, I'd say, I'm sorry about hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. You think, Eva's more fucked up than Rosa? Well, at least nobody ever had to call CPS on George. I'm just saying. Kraus is perfect. He can invest in moon tourism all he wants because he's just a sweetie pie. You think Redacted is the most flawed? Even now they have to be redacted. I'm in episode 6. He is just a doofus, little Kraus. No. No, I agree. He's definitely not like that. It feels.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Do you think it would spoil 7 or 8? Or 6? You think it would spoil? Okay, then never mind, never mind. Never mind. If you believe in sleight of hand, it becomes magic. But that's no more than a child's trick. And that only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power. For true magic, not a sleight of hand.
家具たちは黄金蝶のブローチにどんな魔法を期待しているというの？
I mean, it's... Well... I don't know if that would be a pure answer, right? Oh, so who do you think? I think... Oh, so you want to know who I think is the most flawed? Okay, I mean, I feel like Kinzo could be up there, considering how much damage he's done. But... Who's the most flawed? Erika. No. Rosa needs some serious help. Goda and Kumasawa are perfect. Kirie and Rudolph have some shit going on. Now, if you remember, Rosa and Eva did discuss the sharing of gold using shotguns. The siblings don't need a witch to resort to violence. Just say the siblings. Okay. I think of the 4 siblings, I think Rosa's the most flawed because, I think she's kind of so with Rosa, it's like, yeah, she kind of had an unpleasant upbringing despite being in a rich family, but she's never sought any help. She only wants to do things by herself and doesn't resort to any outside help. She has killed someone already. I mean, that aside, you could argue that's an accident, but I think she just seeks no outside help, and she can't. She has no outlet for her frustrations except through Maria, which is bad. And she also feels that she cannot escape, even though she's the one doing all of these behaviors. She's like created a hell for herself because she hasn't sought any help. When you think of the other siblings, Rudolph trusts Kirie implicitly. I mean, maybe she doesn't trust Kirie not to kill him once she finds out that Battler is her son who never actually died, but Rudolph like defers to Kirie for major decisions. He legitimately respects her. Eva relies on Hideyoshi. She feels like she can't rely on any other member of her family. But she's shared her life with Hideyoshi, and she's a completely different person when it's just those two around. And then Kraus relies on way too many people, as we found out. He's a little too liberal in the amount of people he will trust, and that's why he's in terrible financial danger. So maybe Kraus is on the opposite end of the spectrum with the having other people help you, but Rosa, I think, is flawed because she simply will not seek help for anything. Yay, Michael Scott, yeah. You say Rosa's the most flawed because she doesn't have any support. I think it's not that she doesn't have any. I think there are people who'd be willing to help her if she asked. It's that she thinks she's incapable of helping anybody, or she doesn't think anyone can help her. If that makes sense. All right, it is Stella too proud to ask for help. Yeah. Too proud and too attached to appearances. Yeah. Also, I think she's a bit... She doesn't even grasp the... Or maybe she grasps it on some level, the kind of enormity of the problems. But I think she's has trouble with the nature of the problems. Like, she needs to grasp that, you know, Maria's her brain is literally different than Rosa's, and Rosa's like, well, you can stand this because I had to stand this when I was your age. But she doesn't grasp that that's not the nature of the problem. Yeah, a bit autistic. And another example is like she thinks that she won't ever be able to end up in love with a man who will stay. And she keeps blaming everybody but herself when the men don't stay. When she should realize... And she's never quite grasped that the nature of the problem is herself and her choices and not having her shit together, and doing and saying alarming things when she's trying to keep the illusion together at Maria's expense. What? What's crazy? Ugh. Anyway, Stella's starting to jump all over the desk, and it is her feed time, so I'll be right back. I'll leave you with the fun, ethereal music. Alright, I have returned. So then, just what kind of magic are the pieces of furniture expecting from that brooch? A golden butterfly brooch?
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが
The golden witch Beatrice
霊境を割るのと引き換えにシャノンに与えた恋を成就させる魔法の
gave a magic charm to Shannon in exchange for smashing a mirror. A charm that makes love succeed.
これがそれです
That's what this is. From his pocket, Kanon pulled a wing of a gold butterfly, right, because he stepped on it. So it was just a single wing. It was easy to tell from its distinctive shape that it had originally been part of something with a butterfly motif.
このブローチの魔法はシャノンにジョージ様と恋仲になる機会を与えました
The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start her relationship with George-sama.
しかしそれを最後まで成就する前に僕に譲りました
However, before that magic was fully realized, she left it to me.
だから僕はこのブローチの
So, thanks to the power of this brooch,
力でお嬢様の好意を得ました
I gained your affection, milady.
そんなわけないよ。
That's not true!
私がカノン君を好きになったのは自分の素直な気持ちだぜ。
I started liking you because of my own honest feelings.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very
お
much.
嬢様は人間だから魔女も魔法も信じない
You are human, so you do not believe in witches or magic.
無理もないことです
It's only natural.
しかし魔法で生み出された家具の僕がここに存在すること自体が
However, as furniture created by magic, my very existence
魔法
here
の奇跡の存在する証拠なのです
is proof that the miracle of magic exists. Oh. Okay, so there's the so maybe furniture really is kind of a double talk for an imaginary friend, because all the furniture, more and more as the game has gone on, the more furniture we meet, the more we find out that they could be just imaginary friends. Like the first big bit was with Ange and the Steak Sisters, right? Or your furniture, but we function as imaginary friends. And then there's the whole thing that like Virgilia is an emotional support Kumasawa, and Ronove is a emotional support Genji. And so then the amount of furniture is drastically reduced. It doesn't seem plausible to me that Genji is also an imaginary friend, as in like the man himself. Maybe that infallible devoted to Kinzo consummate servant personality, you could say, is furniture. If there's another self of his that's more human, that he's kind of hiding on the inside, or that he's thrown away. Hello, Rowan! How'd it go? I'm starting to think that all furniture are actually imaginary friends, which sounds insane if you didn't know I was talking about Umineko. You didn't hate it. That's good. That's good. I hope you're not too sore tomorrow. That's always my least favorite part. I know some people like that, I don't. But that's good. Wait, he's saying he's a magical boy. That's right, Kanon. You gotta do your transformation sequence. Sorry.
何の話？
What are you talking about? I do not understand that you are part of an individual with split personalities. What in the fuck are you talking about? Jessica tried her hardest to grasp what Kanon was trying to say. However, she couldn't understand it and had to ask him to repeat it with a bitter smile.
僕もシャノン
Me leaning closer to the screen. Both Shannon and I
恋を成就させるには魔法が必要
need magic to succeed in love. It sounds like you guys need Viagra or something,
そ
please.
のための鍵がこのブローチ
The key for that. No! 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 You said that when you were saying it, I know! The key for that is this brooch.
僕が踏んで割ったので僕たちは一つずつ持ち合っています
I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part. The brooch. Listen, Kanon has nothing to be ashamed of. Lots of men have the same condition. The brooch had lost its power when it was split in half. However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived. Is that a metaphor for, since we're split personalities in the same body, only one of our loves can succeed, and we can use the power of the brooch on the one love that succeeds? Is that what we're saying? Thank you. So it's do not split on the bottle. Got it. A metaphor for dosage. It would revive the miraculous power that could join furniture and a human together.
しかし一つのブローチは一人の願いしか叶えない
However, a single brooch can only grant one person's wish.
影の僕たちは
Bro, this is still a very vague way of explaining
どち
this.
らかしか結ばれ得ないのです
Only one of us furniture can be joined by this single brooch. It was the single spark of love that the old Beatrice with her shrill laugh had sown on a day long ago. That Beatrice had likened humans who were tormented by the spark to ripe fruit and taken evil pleasure in their suffering. However, the magic infused within this spark was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. Who knew that little butterfly brooch from episode 2 was so momentous? Rush you to get dinner, you were very sweaty and in workout clothes. Something that cools you down. Maybe Dairy Queen drive-thru? I don't know. I'm trying to think cool down and also sweaty in workout clothes. So you probably don't want to go someplace nice is what I'm thinking. Get yourself some gazpacho. No. Although, if you want gains, you're supposed to eat protein, right? You wish Quiznos still existed. Oh, they don't have Subway there? Is it that different? You had such a shitty sandwich for lunch. You probably don't want a sandwich for dinner then. Maybe... You know, a lot of takeout places, like fast food places, have like salads and big cold drinks, and you can get protein. And you wouldn't have to worry about feeling self-conscious in sweaty clothes. Arby's? They got the meats. It's true. Get the chicken sandy. Get the... I'm on the protein. Its shine grew brighter. Huh? What the?
大丈夫です。
It's okay.
でも直接は見ないで。
But please don't look right at it.
目をやられます。
It'll blind you. It grew more brilliant still, shining like the sun. Jessica didn't need Kanon to tell her to put her hands over her eyes. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roaring of the wind or the tide grew in intensity. It already drowned out the sound of the wind and rain outside. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. It was a flood of sound and light. And until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan. What the fuck? Are you just gonna end the scene like that? With no explanation? Thanks. Zepar and Furfur? Come on. Come on, it's okay now. Let's hurry.
お父様が甘いものをお好きだといいのですが。
I hope father likes sweet foods.
お好きですもの。
Oh yes, he does like them.
甘いものに限らず、何でもよくお召し上がりになりますよ。
In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything. After waiting for the master of the study to be out, Beato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then, they quickly tidied away the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and began spreading out the contents. Inside, there were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a cute plate and neatly decorated it with the cookies. It was the kind of slight adornment that the person eating wasn't even likely to notice. The whole setup was filled with that sort of feeling.
愛しのお父様とやらのために精が出るな。
You spare no efforts for the sake of your beloved father.
今の私に許されていることはこんなことくらいですので。
This is all I'm permitted to do right now.
わらわがバトラにクッキーをか。
To think that I would give Battler cookies.
なぜに夜の支配者であるわらわが稀な客人であるバトラにそこまで尽くすのか。
Why should I, the ruler of the night, do so much for a guest who comes so rarely? Then the study door swung violently open. It was Battler, with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Beato there, but his expression quickly went blank again.
ここで何をしている？
What are you doing here?
父様、失礼しました。
Father, please excuse me.
決して大切なゲームの邪魔に来たわけでは。
I didn't come to get in the way of your important game.
どうしてここに入れ
How are you able to get in
た
here?
ここには鍵がかかっていたはず
Wasn't this room locked? Locked room mystery, let's go, Battler! My
親方
apologies.
様に内密で差し入れをお届けしたいとのことで
I lent them a
私が鍵
key
をお貸ししました
because they wish to surprise you with a gift.
ほら見てあげてくださいませ。
See? Have a look.
親方様に喜んでもらおうとベアトリーチェ様が一生懸命クッキーを焼いたんですよ。
Beatrice-sama baked these cookies with all her soul, hoping that you would enjoy
熊
them.
沢さんと源氏さんに習いました。
Kumasawa-san and Genji-san taught me.
源氏さんがクッキーを焼くのがお上手だったなんて、とても驚きました。
I never knew Genji-san was so good at baking cookies. That's something that's been said about Ronove. Once more, Ronove is literally like emotional support Genji. Holy shit. Ronove and Genji are both good at baking cookies. All the witches want them.
最近は全然ですけど、昔の源氏さんはそれはもういろいろなお料理を作ってくれたんですよ。
He hasn't done it much of late, but Genji-san used to cook many things long ago.
特にお菓子作りはお上手で。
He was especially good with sweets, just like Ronove.
クッキー
Cookies. Battler, don't be a bitch. Eat her cookies. And be like, wow, this is a nice gesture, thank you. Okay? Cookies.
はい、
Yes.
お父様への差し入れです。
It's a gift for you, Father.
大切なゲームの
I don't mean it like that.
心よりお祈りいたしております。
I sincerely pray for your victory in this important match. Battler looked at the plate on the study desk that was piled up with beautiful cookies and the message card of encouragement lying next to it. And his face twisted with a complex expression which might have had traces of both sadness and anger contained within it.
親方様
My lord. In not so many words, Genji prompted him to consider giving Beato's efforts some kind of acknowledgement. Battler understood. He had no reason to respond to this kindness with displeasure. Thank fucking God! However, even though he understood that logically, all he could do was give a small, exasperated sigh.
ありがとう感謝する
Thank you. I'm very grateful.
だが甘いものは苦手だ
But I don't like sweets. Please take it away. Alright, halfway there.
親方様、
My lord.
同じことをもう一度言わせるな
Don't make me say the same thing again.
片付けて下がってくれ
Please clean it up and take it away. Hey, yo, why is Battler dripping with the cape? Because he's the game master now. He's cool, he's in charge, but he's miserable. Hey, Alexi.
親方様、せめて一口お口に運ばれるわけには参りませんか。
My lord, couldn't you try just one bite?
ベアトリーチェ様が親方様のためを思いこしらえたものでございます。
Beatrice-sama worked hard to make them for your
気
sake.
持ちはありがたく受け取っておく
I'm grateful for the sentiment.
今は大切なゲームの最中だ
I'm in the middle of a very important game right now.
俺にとってもベア
Yes, he's a level 100 mafia boss now. That's accurate. Important to both me and Beato. And it will be our last. No, it's a bit more complicated than that. Yeah, Beatrice died. And she kind of split in 2. Like, they tried to bring Beatrice back, and there is like a Beatrice that was like formed by the rules of the game, like kind of like the Beatrice that would show up in other episodes, like on the game board, if that makes sense. But this Beatrice, because Beatrice is dead, she had no memories of the previous Beatrice, and she's like expected to perform a role that she has no idea how to do, and didn't even have the same personality as her, because this new like baby Beatrice is like very like innocent and reserved, but also and kind, but also like feels very deeply. So she sees Battler as her father, which Battler doesn't like. Battler does not like being called her father. and she's been doing her best to make him happy. And but we found that there's a second Beatrice. So it's like Beatrice got split in 2. This other Beatrice is like 100% the witch, the grand witch Beatrice, who's like the witch in the painting, and only thinks of things from like I am the witch of the island, the queen of the night in the forest kind of perspective. And she doesn't understand what any of this has to do with Battler at all. So they're both kind of baby Beatrices, but together they may become the Beatrice. A Doctor Who type of deal? I guess a little bit, from what I'm familiar with. At the moment, it's a bit like that. And it will be our last. So please, try not to trouble me any more than necessary. That's just too sad for her. I'm glad that you are grateful for her feelings. Maybe. I've been kind of thinking it more like when she died, she like cracked into 2 halves, and these are the ones left behind. It's kind of how I've been seeing it, but I think maybe you could, I think probably what you're thinking might be a valid interpretation too. I'm glad that you're grateful for her feelings. But can't you show it by taking just one little bite? Father. Beato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face was more pained than any he had shown Beato before. Yeah, this isn't right. Kumasawa, clean this up and take it away. My lord! Kumasawa implored Battler to listen, but he turned his back to her. My apologies. Let's clean this up, Kumasawa-san. No, the tear on her eye. I won't allow it. By making this gift, Beatrice-sama gave it her all to try and support you in your important game in the only way she could. Get his ass, Alexi. Get him. Get him. To tell her to take it away without eating a bite yourself How can you trifle with a woman so? Yeah, Battler. How can you trifle with a woman so?
熊沢
親方様も男ならば
If you call yourself a man,
女の手作りの差し入れにせめてどうか一口で結構
you should at least try a bite when a woman makes you a handmade
お手を
snack.
つけてくださいまし女の気持ちを
Get his ass,
踏みにじろうという
Kumasawa.
おつもりで
She's
した
never gone off on this like this against anybody. If you truly intend to trample on this woman's feelings, I promise you this.
殺されたってここは引きませんよええ引きません
I will not back down even if it kills me. No, I won't. Good for you, Kumasawa. Let's go.
熊沢さんもう結構ですから
Kumasawa-san, you've done enough for me already.
そういう
Off with her head.
わ
No!
けには参りません
I won't allow it.
親方様これに毒でも入っているとお思いですか
My lord, do you think there might be poison inside them? Yeah. If Beato ever came to give me cookies, of course I'd think that she'd put some kind of crazy poison in them. She asked me if I thought there'd be poison in these. How could anyone ever think that cookies like these, piled up in such a neat and cute way, could possibly have something bizarre hidden inside? And who could possibly believe that Beato would make something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Beato's innocent reaction, which was completely free from any malicious thoughts of slipping poison into the cookies. Beato quietly started to clean up. Every now and then she sniffled, "No!" Kumasawa had been glaring at Battler continuously, but she now gave a small sigh and helped Beato clean up. However, the hardness doesn't disappear from her expression.
失礼しましたお父様
My apologies, father.
それでは失礼いたします
Please excuse me.
呼ぶな
Don't call me that.
俺はお父様と呼ぶな
Don't call me father.
ベアトは俺をそんな呼び方をしたことは
Beato never once called me daddy. No. Beato never once called me that. But I would call her mommy. Yes, as you wish.
失礼いたしました
My apologies. Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Beato hurried out of the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. She shut the door a bit violently, and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance.
「実の妹が言うのもなんだけど複雑な気持ちだわ
I may be his little sister, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. Don't say that about Kumasawa. She was right. Kumasawa was correct.
相手がベアトでさえなければ素直に女の敵と言えるのにか
If she were anyone other than Beato, you'd think of him as a true enemy of women. Is that it?
私はお兄ちゃんとベアトがどうして慣れ合ってるのかさっぱりわからない
I don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Beato act so friendly together.
今思ってレアとは倒すべき私たちの最大の敵だと思ってる。
Right now, I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat. No, I think of this Beatrice as a completely separate person. At least, I know she's not, but I think she's supposed to be... I think this might be echoing a metaphor of the kind of situation the culprit was in with Kinzo. So, the original Beatrice died, and he got a new one, who is like the homunculus Beatrice that died when Rosa was leading her around. And what would have happened to her? He would have been like, all right, be just like Beatrice. And, you know, everybody else isn't the Beatrice that he lost. So they wouldn't know what the fuck to do. And so they'd be upset when he wouldn't be satisfied with anything they did. And I'm not sure if that's also something Battler's trying to show with the game, or if it's like a genuine thing he's going through and echoing his grandfather with trying to get Beato back to apologize to her once he realized the truth of everything. And, if she's a separate person, why should Battler have any obligation to her? It's kind of like saying the Beatrice that Rosa met as a child. If Beatrice is dead, why should Kinzo have any obligation to that individual? Like, he was grooming her. On the left or on the right, Alexi? On the left, that's Featherine. She's a new character. And a lot of people have been thirsting over her in the chat. But, okay. Horn, yeah, that's Featherine. So if this Beatrice is a separate person, but Battler really believes that, or he's hoping for Beato to come back to life, right? Just like Kinzo was. And so, even though we don't want to say this about Battler, he's essentially trying to groom her into becoming the Beato he knew. Just like Kinzo was trying to groom the second Beato who died, and then what I'm presuming is the culprit also into being Beatrice. Because I've been assuming for a long time. I did not finish the feat. I've been sidetracked with things going on in my life. That's a work in progress still, or I've set it aside for a time, but I will return to it. So you haven't missed much, don't worry. I don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Beato act so friendly together. Right now, I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat. You forgot about Neofelt Beato. Does Feather Lady like rodeos? Because we're gonna have a rodeo, all right. Well, she is the witch of theater going, and you could say a rodeo is like a spectacle. Oh my god. All right. Right now, I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat.
でもだからといって
Still, and so,
あのお兄ちゃんの対応は女として愉快じゃないわ。
as a woman, I can't say I like Oni-chan's reaction.
バトラの気持ちも少しはわかるがな。
Though I can understand Battler's feelings a little.
悲しいことだ。
What a sad state of affairs. I still don't understand what kind of bad blood or connection there was between them. However, Oni-chan probably views Beato as a friendly adversary, if not something more. Oni-chan's reason for defeating Beato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes, I can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion.
さらに言えば
It could be that. It could be that. I think there's a bit more going on here, but the story's being secretive about it on purpose, because apparently Battler figured everything out, but he didn't let us know what the truth was. But maybe based on his reactions and how he acts, maybe we can figure out some of the truth. And on top of
あそ
that,
こまで冷たくされてそれでもなおお兄ちゃんに尽くそうとするベアトも大したもんだわ。
oh, you do? Beato really is something. I wouldn't be satisfied if Battler explained everything. I'm glad he didn't. That's not where I expected the story to turn up, though. I didn't realize Battler would go from like 0 to 100, like being an idiot to understanding everything at once. And it's like, catch up. All you rested people reading, catch up. Like, not what I expected at all. Like, wow. And on top of that, Beato really is something to remain dedicated to Oni-chan even after being treated so
もう
coldly.
一人の姉のベアトと私も同意見よ。
I agree with the other older sister, Beatrice.
どうしてお兄ちゃんにあそこまで尽くすのか理解できないわ。
I can't understand why she's so dedicated to Oni-chan.
そしてその理解できぬ要素は1000年を経て変化を
And though it may take 1,000
遂げる
years,
とはいえ
Beatrice picked Battler when she was her furniture. That's what happened. Probably. By the way, this is canon. That's the truth of everything. I made it up. Source, I made it up. And though it may take 1,000 years,
紛れもなく我々の知る黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェに受け継がれるものである。
that single factor that you do not understand must be passed on to the Golden Witch Beatrice we know so well.
え
Yes. Spoilers!
え、理解しているわ。
Yes, I understand that.
このベアトを知ることもまたやがてのベアトを知ることにつながる。
Knowing this Beato leads to knowing the Beato who is to come.
そしてそれはこのおかしなゲームで最大の大駒とあるいはこのゲーム版そのものを説明するかもしれない。
It may explain the greatest piece in this crazy game, if not the game board itself. So this may be exactly how Beato acted back in the day with Kinzo.
謎多き魔女であるな。
Such a mysterious witch. So she said those words, Feathering wore a confident smile on her face. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice,
話を聞きたいわ
I want to ask you something.
はい何でしょうかエンジェさん
Yes, what would you like to know, Ange-san? Beato, who had been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the study, jumped when Ange called out to her.
あなたはなんで後宮バトラーをお父様と呼ぶの
Why do you call Ushiromiya Battler father?
私という駒を生み出してくださったからです
Because he created the piece that I am.
ではどうして後宮バトラーにそこまで尽くすの
In that case, why are you so dedicated to Ushiromiya Battler?
駒は生み出した造物種に絶対服従しなくてはならないルールでもあるの
Is there some rule that pieces must obey the creator who made them?
そんなルールはない。
There is no such rule.
駒は道具、あるいはナイフだ。
Pieces are tools, like a knife.
ゲームマスターが上手に扱えば便利な道具になる。
If the game master uses them well, they can be quite useful.
しかし扱いを間違えれば自らを傷つけもする。
However, if you use them incorrectly, they can hurt you as well.
道具になろうと凶器になろうとそこに道具の意志はない。
Whether the tool is used as a tool or a weapon, that has nothing to do with the tool's own will.
ただ結果があるだけだ。
It is merely the result.
じゃあどうしてあんたはお兄ちゃんにアームを尽くすの
In that case, why are you so dedicated towards
まる
Oni-chan?
でそれはあなたという駒の目的かのようだわ
It's almost as though that's your purpose as a piece.
はい
Yes,
それが私が生み出された目的だからです
that is the purpose for which I was born.
あんたを生み出したお兄ちゃん自身がその目的を与えたの
Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that purpose? Oh my god! Battler pushed out himself. Do you think this, Beatrice sees Battler as Kinzo, like, Battler is... I'm just thinking... I'm so glad Rowan's not here and is in fact getting dinner. But the longer I stay on this line, the more likely it is for Rowan to come back. Okay, anyway. Do you think this Beatrice sees Battler as Kinzo like Battler? Is this Beatrice's Kinzo? Except Battler didn't mean to do this or on purpose because Kinzo made a similar Beatrice note. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Alexi. Oh, just, this is a kind of quote. Yeah, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at, like, what Ange is saying is, like, something Rowan would make jokes about if Rowan was here, but I think Rowan's getting dinner. Oh, no. No, I wasn't laughing at you. I agree. That is my theory as well as what's going on right now. That's exactly my theory. Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that purpose? And it might be a trauma response or something. Yeah. No, I agree. I wasn't laughing at you, I promise. You have that wrong.
バトラーはゲームマスターとしてそういう役目を持った駒を盤上に置いたんです。
Wait, no way, Emperor and Umineko can't. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Rowan would have made a joke. Rowan would have made a joke. You have that wrong. Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board as the game master.
そして彼女という駒を生み出したのは
The one who gave birth to this piece.
このゲームを生み出した最初のゲームマスターであるベアトリーチェ自身だ。
was the first game master and the one who created this game, Beatrice herself. Oh. So Beatrice is Beato's mommy and Battler adopted her. I see. I'm taking notes.
ややこしい話だわ。
Ah, this is getting confusing.
つまり、あんたはお兄ちゃんのことをお父様呼んでるけど、別に父親ってわけじゃないのね。
In other words, you keep calling Oni-chan father, but he's not actually your father. But she's gonna call him father because he's the one giving her a purpose. I'm thinking, and she wants to fulfill that purpose.
あんたはお兄ちゃんに尽くさなければならないという目的のために。
You're just calling him that affectionately. If you strangely believe that Rosa is a bad parent, I wonder what you think about Battler. I'm mad at him. I am. Don't worry. I'm mad at Battler. Miranda, what's your argument that Rosa's a good parent? I'm waiting. Don't you think you're kind of at a low if you're punching Child Protective Services in the face? Anyway. You're just calling him that affectionately.
親しみを込めてお父様と呼んでるだけだわ。
Redacted episode 8. Thanks. Okay. You're calling him that affectionately because you feel that you have to dedicate yourself to him.
はい。
Oh, more serious look on her face. Yes. No, I don't.
そうだと思います。
I think that's true. Heathering said Battler said this piece. So what if Battler gave life to Beatrice subconsciously, since you said a witch can be summoned if someone believes in her? Also, Maria believed a friend into existence, their plushies. So what if Battler brought this version of Beatrice into existence and the other one too? Ooh. Maybe. Okay, I like that line of thinking. Yes, I think that's true.
私という駒を盤上に置いてくださったの。
Father was the one who placed me on the game board.
お父様です。お父様が盤上に置かなければ、私という駒の出番はありません。
He hadn't, my piece would never have had a turn.
ですから、私がここにこうして存在し、そして私の目的のために尽くせるのは、すべてお父様のおかげなのです。
So the reason I exist here right now, and the reason I am able to devote myself to my purpose, is all thanks to Father. Hey, isn't that exactly what I just said?
なるほど。
I see.
そしてそれは、お父様と呼ぶのにふさわしいってわけね。
So that's why it makes sense for you to call him Father.
じゃあ、誰があんたにお兄ちゃんに尽くすように命じたの？
In that case, who told you to devote yourself to Oni-chan?
それは初代ゲームマスターのベアト自身よね。
Oh, right. That's the first game master, Beato herself. Rose is a bad parent. End of argument. Like, we could fill a whole book with how many times she's hurt Maria emotionally and physically. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Miranda will come up with the show us the hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong thesis once we're done with episode 8. Oh, right, that's the game master, Beato herself.
はあ、ややこしい。
Oh, this is so confusing.
なぜにそなたは後ろ宮バトラに尽くさねばならぬのか。
You wish
と
to
尋ね
ask
たいの
her.
である。
You wish to ask her why she must serve Ushiromiya Battler, correct?
しかしそれを彼女に答えることはできぬ。
However, she cannot give you that answer.
彼女に与えられたのは
She was given nothing but the purpose itself.
その目的を与えた動機は与えた本人にしかわからぬのだから。
Only the person who gave her that purpose knows the reasons for which they did so.
なるほど。
I see.
それも考えてみるがいい人の子よ。
Consider that as well, child of man, right?
で、ついでにあんたにはもうその冊子がついていて、ニヤニヤしながら私が悩んでいるのを見ているってわけだわ。
So that means you already have an idea, and you're laughing at my confusion. Mm-hmm.
そなたは我が巫女としてつくづく優秀だ。
You really are just perfect for my Miko.
私はお父様に尽くします。
I will do anything for father.
私の存在がお父様の幸福のお役に立てる。
My existence will bring father
それ
happiness.
が私の一番の喜びです。
That is my greatest pleasure.
そして
And at that point, Beato hesitated. Yes?
何？
What?
そして何を？
And what?
はい。
Yes.
そしてそれを
And
いつかお父様にお認めいただければ、それが私の一番の幸せなのです。
if I could one day have father acknowledge my efforts, there would be no greater happiness for me.
何よそれ。
What the
尽
hell?
くしたいってだけなら、まさに魔女の家具ねと言いたいところだけど。
If you only wanted to serve him, I'd say you're just another piece of the witch's furniture.
それを認めてもらいたい？
But you want him to acknowledge your
それ
efforts?
じゃ家具ってより。
That's less like furniture and more like... Ange stopped mid-sentence. Doesn't it sound a little familiar, Ange? Sounds a little Shannon-like. That's less like furniture and more like... You're just a girl who loves Oni-chan. Yeah! Yeah, you're tapping on something. You're getting on something, Ange. I don't get it. Oh, Lambda Delta and Burncastle, they are on the so Battler's kind of switched places with how the roles were before. Now Battler's kind of on the witch side, and the people who are kind of like what Battler was before as like the human side is ironically Burncastle, Lambda Delta, and Erica. So they're waiting for the game to get going, but nobody's died yet, so they're just kind of chilling. Why is this ironic? Because witches are on the human side. Okay, whatever you say, Alexi. The guiding force behind this Beato's actions is that of a girl who adores Oni-chan. You're getting somewhere, Ange! But then, what would that make her? If she liked Oni-chan, then she should have adored him and done things for him herself. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity, to do it? This way, even if she does attract Oni-chan's attention, it will be towards the peace version of herself, not the creator who made that piece. If I ever fall in love with someone, I'll probably want to do things for them. But of course, I would want to do those things myself. Hydrate, I need that, thank you. Things have changed since then. She was, Berncastle was against Beatrice, so since Battler was against Beatrice, Berncastle's like, you know, I'm gonna help you, right? Give you a better chance of winning. But now, she and Berncastle have thoroughly, humiliated Beatrice and beat the shit out of her, and she's dead. And so Battler has learned the real truth of everything, and he's like, so since I know the truth, I'm the game master now, and I know I have all the power, so I'm gonna prove to you I actually know everything by running this game. And, you know, try to beat me, but I'm gonna prove with this that I know the truth about everything. So that's kind of the situation right now. Things got all swapped around. But of course, I would want to do those things myself. After all, I would want him to notice me. This love is destined to go virtually unrewarded. No matter how devoted she is, she will never get anything out of it. And she's done this out of her own free will. Beato's behavior looks no different from that of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Beato create a piece like this? Is putting it in terms of romance a bit too confusing? And let's try using food as an example. Why food? It's pointless. It's as pointless as creating a piece to eat food for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You are the one who wants to eat. There's no reason for having a piece do that in your place. For most jobs in the world, you can get someone else to do it for you. However, with love and food alone, there can never be any meaning in letting another person do it in your place. That's right. This Beato was created as a piece for an impossible reason. Though at a glance, she looks just like a normal girl, the more I learn about her, the less I understand, like an imaginary number.
お父様はそう呼ばれるのを嫌われていました。
Father hates it when I call him father.
そしてお父様の望まれる私もそうは呼んでいませんでした。
And the me that father desires didn't call him by that name either.
そうね。
Right.
かつてのあんたは誰が相手でも呼び捨てにしてたわ。
The former you spoke to everyone without even using honorifics.
だからといってお父様を呼び捨てにはできません。
However, simply possessing that knowledge doesn't mean I can refer to father quite that informally.
せめてバトラさんと呼ぶように努力はしたいと思います。
I'd like to do my best and make a start by calling him Battler-san.
あんなに冷たくされてよくめげないものね。
I'm surprised you haven't gotten discouraged after being treated so coldly.
いえ、バトラさんは今大切なゲームに臨まれています。
But no, Battler-san is in the middle of an important game right now.
相手は大ベルンカステル教の駒、強敵エリカ教です。
His opponent is the formidable Lady Erika, piece of the great Lady Berncastle.
いよいよゲームが佳境に差し掛かろうというデリケートなところに私がしゃしゃり出て
I stepped in at a delicate moment in his game. Just as it was starting to reach the critical part.
バトラさんが望まないお父様という言葉をかけてしまったのですから。
And called Battler-san by that name he doesn't want to hear.
機嫌を崩されても 無理ないことです。
So it's no surprise that he was in a bad mood. Apparently, Beato still wanted to devote herself to Battler, even after being treated in such a cold manner. Though to an outsider, it looks just as though she's being snubbed. It doesn't faze her at all. She doesn't look happy about it either. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love.
それとも私に愛がないから見えない？
Or is it that I can't see because I have no love?
愛があれば見えぬものが見えることもあろうな。
At times, love can make the invisible visible. Beato once again immersed herself in the fragment book that told of her former self. She was trying to find something about the Beato that Battler desired. Anne shrugged as though saying, well, I don't get it. Feathering laughed when she saw this and quipped that an innocent young woman could never understand. Anne grumbled something back unhappily. Their interactions seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Beato as she sat in the shadows of the library. After chasing all the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, for just the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, the room had seemed at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the desk, which no longer had anything on it. When he did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. Battler's doing magic. If Battler wished, he could make it possible to touch them or eat them, but it would be an empty sensation. Battler's like, magic isn't real, now he's doing magic. It would only give the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had actually been. Sounds like a personal problem. You should have eaten them. In a reception sofa facing Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Beato. Oh, this is sad, bro.
ほら食べろよ。わらわが珍しく手作りしたのだぞ。
This is just pathetic, bro. Come on, have a bite. It's not every day that I make these by hand.
安心せよ。自信作であるぞ。
Have no fear. I'm confident in how well they've turned out.
お嬢様の場合、むしろ自信作の方が不安になろうというものですな。
Hearing that from a lady makes them all the more dubious.
まったくだぜ。
Seriously.
お前が作るクッキーなんて、どうせおかしな毒が入ってるに決まってる。
Any cookies you made would obviously have some kind of strange poison in them.
それは心外な。
Shocking that you should think so.
仮に入っていたとしても、そなたのあれがそうなってこうなっちゃうかもしれない程度のもんではないか。
Ew. What a time for you to come home. Beatrice is like threatening to spike Battler's food with aphrodisiacs. What? Jijo's Bizarre Sandwiches. Great. So you did get sandwiches. Actually, I was laughing at a... Actually, I was laughing at a line that I was like, Rowan would have totally been making jokes if you were here earlier. shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and maybe that, or you know what.
そういうことばかり普段からしているからバトラ君に食べてもらえないのです。
It's because you do that sort of thing all the time that Battler-kun will never agree to eat them.
手料理に何か入れるなんて基本でしょ。
Putting things in someone's food is pretty basic, isn't it?
爪に髪の毛、魔法のおまじないに愛のかけら。
Fingernails, bits of hair, magic charms, fragments of love.
あんたたちだったら何を入れるの？
What would you people put in it? Yes, ma'am!
何も入れません。美味しく自分でいただいちゃいます。
I wouldn't put anything in them. I just eat them all myself. Says greed.
だと思ったわ。あんたは
Or gluttony, sorry, gluttony. Not greed, gluttony. Obviously, you have to be so predictable.
でも女は3つの袋をつかめって言うし、胃袋は最初の第一歩よね。
Well, they say a girl's gotta grab by all 3 sacks. The first step's the stomach, right? Oh my god. That's the worst thing you could have possibly said as
次がお
lust.
財布の袋で、
Oh, never mind.
3つ目は何かし
Next comes the wallet, so what could the third one be? Okay,
ら。
lust.
男を振り向かせるなら、身も心も魂さえも全てを私のために捧げさせたい。
If I could catch a guy's attention, I'd want to make him sacrifice his body, heart, and soul to me. Okay, greed. Yeah, exactly.
だからこそ、私は手料理に全ての力と愛情を注ぎ込めるの。
That's why I pour all my power and affection into my cooking.
いずれにせよ手料理を食べさせるのは古今不変の成功法と言えるだろうな。
In any event, giving someone food that you've cooked yourself is probably a frontal attack as old as time.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんな小細工をしないと男心一つつかめないなんて情けないったらありゃしないわ。
How pathetic to think that you require such tricks to grasp a man's heart. Please clap, you somehow resisted the incredible urge to get crisp Docky Peppy at Jimmy John's. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You know, I've personally found that if you're trying to cut back on soda, it just helps to not have it in the house. And I think just having it while you're out isn't that bad. IMO. Anyway. Oh.
お姉様が男心をどの程度おつかみになった経験がおありか聞いてみたいものですけど。
I'd be very interested in hearing how much experience you have in grasping a man's heart, One-sama.
バートラー、何もおかしなもんは入ってないから食ってくれよ。
Battler, there's nothing weird in it, so have a bite.
わらわがそなたのためにクッキーを手作りするなんて二度とねえからさ。
Don't think you'll ever get a chance to eat my handmade cookies again. There probably won't be another chance. You do need like a juice or something. Do you have a flavor drink around? Oh yeah, or like a Crystal Light or something. Get the extra hydration along with flavor. There probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched out my hand, out to the illusion of the cookie plate, touched it. Just before I did, it became a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. The illusions of Ronove and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa.
何が不満か?
Yo! This one doesn't have quotes in the quotes. This is different than the ones he was just puppeteering. Is there something that does not satisfy you?
それも
My dear,
俺に言わせるつもりか?
are you really going to make me say it?
新しきわらわがそなたの望んだ姿とあまりに違えば違うほどわらわが二度と蘇らぬ存在であることを思い知らされるからであろう。
The more the new me differs from the form you wished for, the more you are reminded that I can never be revived again, correct? Oh. Yo, this goes hard.
いい女は逃したら二度と捕まらぬわ。
If you let a good woman get away, you can never get a second chance. You fumbled the bag, boy.
今頃になってわらわがいい女だったと気づいたであろうが。
So, that was a perfectly timed cackle. I thought that was part of the game. So, only now you finally realized what a good woman I was. Shut up.
お前なんか二度と現れなくてせいせいする。
Oh my god, all those tears. If you could never appear again, if you never appear again, that'd be relief. Beato lay sprawled on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was
分か
silence.
っていると思う。
He's going to get married anyway, just not with Beato. Oh yeah, that mysterious first scene of this episode. Welcome back, Burncastle. The Burncastle is in the chat with us right now. So how's this game going? You're going up against Game Master Battler. How's that going for you so far? I think you understand, but
分かってな。
I do understand.
そなたの期待するわらわはすでに消え
The me you were expecting has already disappeared.
分かってる。
I know.
あのベア
He's cooked.
紛れもないお前自身ではあっても
even
かつての
though
お前とは異なる存在で
even though that Beato is you without a doubt, he's a different being than the former you.
お前はもう絶対に帰らない。
And I can say with certainty that you will never revive again. But you didn't say it in red or gold.
た。わらわの魂とこの女らしさ、性格の良さ、気風の良さは魔女としての千年によって培われた。
My soul, femininity, sparkling personality, and splendid character were cultivated in 1,000 years spent as a witch.
それは全く同じ千年を経ぬ限り、わらわと同じにはなり得ぬ。
Unless an exactly identical 1,000 years is traversed, it is impossible to become me.
すなわち、そなたがわらわを生み出そうと目論む時点ですでに生い立ちが異なるのだ。
In short, from the very moment you decide to create me, my personal history will be different.
ああ
Yeah.
お前が絶対に蘇らないなんて。あの昭和るベルンカステルにバッチリ保証されてるぜ。
That damn Burncastle has already guaranteed that you'll never revive.
だが、期待しているのであろう。
However, you still hope for it, don't you?
新しきわらわがある日豆腐の角にでもコツンと頭をぶつけ過去の記憶を取り戻して見事復活。
One day, the new me trips and lands on her head, and all her memories of the past are spectacularly restored.
みたいなのを期待しているのであろう。
You're hoping for something like that, aren't you?
そんな妄想プロット今時ラノベだって通用せぬわ。
A delusional plot like that wouldn't even pass in a light novel these days. Shut up.
お前だってかつて
Don't pretend you didn't do the same.
俺が思い出して気づくのをずっと待ってやがったじゃねえかよ。
You waited and waited for me to remember and take notice. Ooh. Then what? Does this mean that our relationship is now exactly the opposite of how it once was? Yes, I think so.
わらわもそなたがいつかはきっと気づく。思い出す。奇跡が起こる。
Well, there was a time when I continued the game, believing that you would eventually notice and remember.
そう信じてゲームを繰り
There,
返したこ
Yuri?
ともあったよな。
That a miracle would occur.
どういう気持ちだったんだよ。
How did it feel
お前が俺とゲームをしている時は。
when you were playing those games with me?
自分の胸に聞けとはよく言ったものよ。
As they say, look inside your own heart. So Battler's feeling how she felt right now. It's tough. If only she didn't look so much like you, I wouldn't be so confused about how to feel about her.
まあ好きにせよ。
Well, do as you wish.
かつてわらわはそなたを才能もてあそん。
In the past, I toyed with you and tormented you.
今度はそなたがそれをわらわに復讐するわ。
Now's your chance for revenge against me.
新しきわらわは何もわからずおろおろとするのみ。
The new me will just wander about, ignorant of everything.
見るも焼くもそなた次第よ。
You may boil or burn her as you see fit.
積年の恨みも晴れるであろうが。
Perhaps it will clear away an old hatred. Pulling his pigtails by forcing a murder mystery time loop party on his family. Yeah.
お前自身が相手ならな。
If she was you, I would.
さぞや気分も爽快だろうぜ。
It'd probably make me feel a lot better. It's like, if you were here right now, I also want to see you more than anything, but honestly, I would boil you alive. Just to be like, a little bit of revenge. what a dynamic.
だが、あのベアとはお前じゃない。
But that Beato isn't you.
わらわでないというのは誰だ。
Who is she then, if not me?
お前よく似た別人だ。
Someone very like you, but a different person.
だが紛れもなくわらわでもある。
However, there can be no doubt that she is also me. Yeah.
自身、そして同時に別人なんだ。
She is you. And at the same time, she's a different person.
ならば新しきわらわも災難なものよ。
In that case, the new me is most unfortunate.
わらわの身代わりも慰み者とされておる。
She is being treated like a plaything in my place.
なんと気の毒なことか。
How truly pitiable. That might be the contradiction inside me. Because the new Beato seems like a different person. I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person than Beato. She keeps reminding me of her.
ならばいっそ
In that case,
あれはわらわの娘とでも思え。
think of her as my daughter.
娘？
Your daughter?
わらわの血を引きし、うり二つの娘と解釈せよ。
Consider her a blood daughter of mine who closely resembles me.
何しろわらわの分身であり、しかし千年の経験を経ぬのだから。
The old
そう
Captain
呼んでもお
America
かしくはあ
strat.
るまい
After all, she is my double, but hasn't lived 1,000 years, and so calling her that is not incongruous.
確かに。
He dated girl, then he dated her niece. Oh yeah, I remember. Peggy, right? Because old Biddy got old. True.
わらわは死して娘を残し、そなたに託したと、そう思うのだ。
Imagine that I have died, left behind a daughter, and entrusted her to you.
さすればそなたも、あやつをどう受け止めればいいか、
That way,
少しは考えやすいのではないか。
won't it become a little easier to think of how to deal with her? Imagine if Kinzo had done that to the other Beatrices.
うまい例えをしやがって。
That's actually a good analogy. It's unlike you.
茶化すでない。
Do not jest.
あやつ
That is my daughter.
は、わらわが死んで残し、そなたに託した忘れがたみだ。
She is the child I left behind after my death. I knew the girl who Rosa killed was pregnant. I knew it. This is not confirmation at all. But I'm like, what if?
わらわの面影を押し付けるの自
You are free to press my likeness upon her.
由。恨みつらみをわらわの代わりにぶつけて、慰み者としてもよい。
You may also let loose your pent-up resentment on her in my
わ
place.
らわの罪を背負わせ、好きに苛めば、そなたの鬱憤も晴れようぞ。
Making her bear my sins and torturing her as you please may allow you to give vent to your
そ
emotions.
れが趣味でないというなら、わらわのように人の道を踏み外さぬよう、正しく導くのもまた一興だ。
If that is not to your taste, you can also guide her down the right path so that she does not end up on the inhumane road that I have tread.
あやつは、そなたに尽くすように、生まれながらできておる。
She was made to devote herself to you since the moment of her birth.
そなたが望めば、どのような姿にだって変えられる。
If you wish, you can mold her into any shape you desire.
千年の奇跡を経たならば、わらはそのものにさえなれるかもしれない。
With a miracle of 1,000 years, she might even become me.
かつてお前にされたように、貧無に鎖で引っ張り回すことさえ自由だな。
So, I could even strip her and drag her around with a chain like you did to me once.
そうだな。今ならばそれ以上の非道なる所業さえ
Yes!
可能であろうぞ。
At this point, even greater humiliation would be possible. Oh my god. Oh no, Battler.
お前の分身であり、そして娘か。
So, she is both your double and your daughter. Huh. Without a doubt, she is exactly the same person, the same piece which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice. However, when I can't accept it that way, I can interpret her as being Beato's daughter. This served as a clear guidepost on how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. And finally, I could understand how cruel I had been to her just now. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white card, about the size of a business card, had fallen to the floor. It was the message card that had adorned those cookies. I had rushed her, telling her to clean up and leave right away, which is probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed. I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It brought tears to my eyes, so I was sure that I could read it. And yet, my eyes were so blurred with tears that I couldn't see anything. Crybaby Battler at full force. The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. Oh, so this is Kanon and Jessica now? Silence that followed was not broken by any noise, not even the sound of the wind and rain outside that had been so clearly audible moments before. Both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world was this? It was a strange room that they had never seen before. It looked like a Western tea room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. It felt as though a dignified person must own this room. Preparations for black tea were set on the table, and so was a chessboard, which seemed to be halfway through a game. However, there was something strangely out of place. The black and white checkerboard pattern made it feel like chess, but it looked like a very similar yet totally different game that no one knew of. In the same way that it both looked like chess and not like chess. The furnishings of this room, no, the room as a whole, looked at first glance like a Western tea room, but also felt like something completely different. Just where is this place?
Jessica-chan ni Kanon-kun mo.
Jessica-chan and Kanon-kun.
Shannon.
Shannon?
Shannon wa doko ni?
Where's Shannon? They can't both. Oh?
私はここにおります。
I'm right here, George-sama. This is my mind palace. No.
僕もここにいます。
And I am here,
お嬢様、ジョージ様。
milady, George-sama.
このような場所にお連れしたことをお詫びいたします。
We apologize for bringing you to a place like this.
一体何がどうなってるんだい？
What on earth is going on?
シャノンが取り出した蝶の羽のようなものが眩しく光り出したと思ったら、
You took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and it started shining and then...
私もだぜ。
The same thing happened to
カノン
me!
君が黄金蝶のブローチとかいうのを取り出したら、それが輝き出して。
Kanon-kun took out this golden butterfly brooch thing. It started to sparkle and...
お嬢様、ジョージさん、まずはご無礼をお許しください。
Milady, George-san, first of all, please allow us to apologize.
そしてどうか落ち着いてください。
And please stay calm.
これから不思議なことが起こります。
Something strange is about to happen.
その不思議な存在は私たちを試すでしょう。
That strange thing will probably test us.
試す？
Test us?
それがひょっとして、
Do you mean
さっき君が言っていた僕たちが結ばれるために乗り越えなくてはならない試練、
that
そういうやつな
trial
んかい？
you were just talking about? That we have to overcome if we want to be together? Is that it?
試練？
A trial?
お嬢様にはまだ説明していませんでした。
I haven't explained it to you yet,
お
milady.
詫びします。
My apologies.
しかしどうか
Please,
先ほどのお嬢様の言葉が本当ならどうか力を貸してください。
if your words just a second ago were the truth, please lend me your strength.
僕も精一杯頑張りますから
I will
どうか
give it everything I've got. So please,
私にはさっきから何一つ分かりゃしねえぜ。
I'm not getting any of
ジョージ
this.
兄さんは何か知ってるの？
Do you know something, George Nissan?
一応はね、
A bit.
今の状況を君同様に驚いては。
I'm just as surprised as you about what's happening now.
しかしこれが避けられぬ試練で僕たちに不可欠だというならば、僕は何が訪れようとも受けて立つつもりだよ。
But if they say this is an unavoidable trial that's essential for us to go through, I intend to take on whatever may come.
試練？
A trial?
カノン君、ブローチを。
Kanon-kun, the brooch. Yeah. The two of them brought the halves of the broken butterfly brooch closer to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased.
ジェシカちゃんもどうか心の準備をしてほしい。
Jessica-chan, I want you to brace yourself for this.
僕にはすでにその準備がある。
I am already mentally prepared.
どういうことだよ。
What are you talking about?
私にはさっぱりだぜ。
I don't have a clue!
一体何が起こってるんだ？
What the hell's going on?
試練だよ。
It's a
愛し合
trial,
う二人のための。
a test for a pair of lovers. Huh? George spoke those corny words without any hesitation. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Kanon and Shannon were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes, as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, the two of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then the wings they held became a single brooch and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all presents as the brooch shattered and two shining things flew out of it. What? People live for the sake of love. Yes, this world is love itself.
愛の力のなんと偉大な言葉。
Great is the power of love.
愛こそは全てなり。
Love is everything! Suddenly, the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was this? Who were they? George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there, almost as though the brooch, which had once been split in two, had become them.
おや、おかしいぞフルフル。
Oh, this is odd, Furfur.
どうして我らはこのようなところに？
Why are we in a place like this?
本当に不思議ですわ。ゼパル。
It really is strange, Zepar.
人間と家具しかいない。
There's no one but humans and furniture.
魔女はどこ？
Where's the witch?
私たちを呼び出すにふさわしい魔女の姿はどこに？
Where is the witch capable of summoning us?
ああ、僕たちは契約の魔女の名前をよく覚えているはずさ。
Yes, we remember well the name of the witch of the contract, don't we?
呼んでみようじゃないか、フルフル。
Why don't we try calling her, Furfur?
そうね、ゼパル。
Yes, you're right, Zepar.
私たちは契約の魔女。黄金の魔女の名前を知っている。
We know the name of the witch of the contract, the Golden Witch.
じゃあ呼んでみよう。
Then let's try calling her name.
せーの。
All together now.
ベアトリーチェ。
Given their manner, exaggerated like a theater play, and their slightly ridiculous style of talking, it would probably be hard to immediately comprehend the great power these demons possessed. When the two demons called Beatrice's name, I feel like it's been ages since we got a really good "Oh, Beatrice!" I know, right?
ベアトリーチェ。
When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. Then, it took the form of two gold witches.
あれ？ベアトリーチェが2人だわ。
What's this? There are two Beatrices!
僕たちだって2人だもの。
Well, there are two of us as well.
ベアトリーチェがたまには2人だっておかしくはないさ。
Why shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then?
こやつはわらわの分身にして妹だ。
This is my double and my little sister.
二人は同じにして一人と同じ。
We two are the same and as a single person.
はじめまして。
Pleased to meet you.
お久しぶりです。ベアトリーチェ様。
It has been a long time, Beatrice-sama.
私は夢を見ているの？
Am I dreaming?
同感だね。
I feel the same.
しかし、呆然自失するにはまだ早いよ。
Still, it's too early to get dumbfounded. Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next.
契約の悪魔たちよ、久しぶりであるな。
Demons of the contract, it has been too long.
ゼパル、
Zepar.
それにフルフル。
And you too, Furfur. Okay, let's see. What is going on with these guys? Zepar, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. Zepar grants the contractor undying, immeasurable defensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to dread any of love's wounds. Ooh. A hunter of love who loves to prey upon passive men is of a different gender than Furfur. Furfur, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. Furfur grants the contractor endless, inexhaustible offensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to fear any of love's barriers. A trainer of love who teaches passive men the taste of flesh is of a different gender than Zepar. Interesting. We got our non-binary queens. Oh, long time no see. Diversity win. The demons are non-binary. You seem to be in high spirits as always. And look at your cute little sister here. Those juicy eyes must have the taste of white peaches when they grow teary. Well, I wonder. Zepar and Furfur latched onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play. Leave it at that for now, demons of the contract. To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit. It will be dearly missed. The last time? The brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed. In other words, our role is now finished. No, I saw you guys in that wedding scene. You guys are coming back. Oh, yes! It has been fun, Beatrice! However, it was decided when the contract was made. It was decided that we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell. So, this is truly the final miracle. Once is enough for the miracle of love. After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time. There you have it. Lovers, male and female. Gathered here are those cursed, absent a miracle, to unsuccessful love. The power of the golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle, is your last chance. And, like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening. This miracle can be given only to a single pair. I won't lose. Yeah. Let's both give it our all. Shannon and Kanon exchanged a serious gaze. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love's success. I don't really get it. But I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon. Jessica was finally starting to figure out the direction things were headed. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Kanon against George and Shannon. Let me be totally clear. We don't need your help. Kanon-kun and I can handle our relationship by ourselves. I'm not going to be pressured into to turning to some shady demons for help.
お嬢様、聞いてください。
Milady, please listen.
この試練を乗り越えなければ僕たちは結ばれないのです。
If we don't overcome this trial, we cannot be together.
ジェシカ、受け入れよ。
Jessica, accept it.
それが家具の身で人間と結ばれようと願う身の程知らずに課せられる唯一の試練なのである。
This is the only trial that can be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with a human.
家具とか人間とか
More of this stuff about furniture and
勝
humans.
手に言ってろってんだ。私たちには何の関係もねえぜ。
Yammer on about that all you want. It has nothing to do with us.
お嬢様にはまだ話していないの？
You still haven't told Milady?
どう説明すればいいかわからなくて。
I didn't know how I should explain it.
カノン君もシャノンもジョージ兄さんも
Kanokun, Shannon, and you, George
どう
Nissan.
してこんなうさんくさい話に耳を貸してんだ。
Why are you listening to these creeps?
人の恋路を邪魔するやつは馬に蹴られて死ねって決まってんだぜ。
No one can stand in the way of a person's love.
なんで悪魔たちに認められなきゃならねえんだよ。
Why do we have to get approval from these demons?
余計なお世話だぜ。
It's none of their business.
さては困った分からず屋がいたものよ。
Well, it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us.
このままゲームを始めてもよいが、それではフェアとは言えぬな。
We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair.
説明してあげてもいいのではないでしょうか。
Couldn't you explain it for her?
私にもよくわかりません。
I don't understand that well myself.
ジェシカさんとカノンさんの恋に何か問題でもあるというのですか？
Is there some kind of problem with the love between Jessica-san and Kanon-san?
やれやれ。
Oh my.
どうやら君も君たちも何も分かっていないようだね。
It seems you understand nothing at all.
私たちに祝福されれば二人の恋をゆっくり育むことができるの。
With our blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their leisure.
うさんくさい悪魔も何にも関係ないわ。
No need to worry about suspicious demons.
でももし僕らに祝福されなければ
However, without our blessing,
君たちの恋路は消えてなくなる。枯れてしおれて消えてしまう。
your love will vanish, disappear, wither, and decay.
なんでそんなことが言えるんだよ。
How the hell are you so sure? Because it is fate.
認めないのも自由。抗わないことだって自由。
You may choose not to accept it. You may choose not to resist it.
抗わないとどうなるんですか？
Oh, what happens if you choose not to resist it?
恋路が終わる
That love will end.
と抽象的な言い方では納得すまい。
Well, an abstract explanation isn't so convincing.
はて、どう説明すればそなたの運命の袋小路を説明できるのか。
Well, now, how could one explain the dead-end fate you're in?
後ろ宮ジェシカ、君が信じているよりはるかに君たちの未来は善と多難。
Ushiromiya Jessica. The future you two share is far more grim than you realize.
魔法の奇跡が得られなかったなら必ずや二人に災いが訪れるの。
If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you both.
そしてそれがかぶり、ただ
The infection within will fester
二人を破綻さ
and split the two of you apart.
せる。わらわがその過程を詳細に語るほど無粋ではない。
Even I will not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process.
しかしジェシカが信じぬというなら破綻の最後だけ語ろう。
However, if you will not believe, Jessica, I will tell you how it ends.
カノンは使用人をやめこの島を去る。
Kanon will stop being a servant and will leave the island
永遠にな。
for all eternity. Because him as a personality will cease to exist in the person that he shares with Shannon.
君は島を出て思い人を探す旅に出るだろうね。しかしそれは決して報われない。
You will probably leave the island yourself in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtless be in vain.
そうしてあなたは嘆いて
Yes, and then you will mourn and hate!
恨むの。
誰を？
Hate who?
あなたを。
You!
僕をかい？
Me?
いいえ、今のあなたを。
No! The you of this moment! With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she passed this by, it would be herself who would regret it later.
何を言ってやがる。
What the hell are you saying?
思い人を失ったあなたはその時気づくわ。
When you have lost the one you love, you will
思い
realize
を遂げる試練を逃げた。あの時の自分が憎いって。
how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love.
そうさ。僕たちは未来の君からのメッセンジャー。
Yes, we're messengers from the you of the future.
どうか今のこの瞬間を君の恋に真剣になって戦いに臨んでほしい。
Please, at this very moment, take your love seriously and fight.
もしあなたが未来の自分のメッセージ
And if you don't listen to the message of the you from the future,
王を飲み込む愚かな蛇はそのままどんどん飲み込み続け。
the foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping.
永遠の苦悩の輪廻は自らを飲み込み消えるのみよ。
The endless cycle of suffering will swallow itself and simply vanish.
わけがわからない。
What the hell are you talking about? Jessica's confusion showed up on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she had heard a long time ago surfaced in the back of her mind. Unlike Ne-san, I don't plan on working here for many years. After just a few years, or possibly, if Ne-san ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too.
カノン君。
そなたが魔法の奇跡をシャノンとジョージに譲るなら
If you give up on the miracle of magic and leave it to Shannon and George,
二人は結ばれ島を出る。
they will be joined and leave the island.
そしてカノンもまた島を出る。
After that, Shannon will leave the island as
そ
well.
れは避け得ぬ運命なのだ。
That is an unavoidable fate. Because they share the same body.
では魔法の奇跡を得られたなら
Then what if they can obtain the miracle of magic?
無論カノンは島にとどまりいつまでもジェシカのそばにいる。
Of course, Shannon will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all
ジェシ
time.
カが望んだ音楽活動とやらも一緒に始められるだろう。
He will probably be able to start learning music with Jessica as she wished for.
それ以上の関係にどう進むかは愛し合う二人の問題だ。
How their relationship will progress afterwards is a matter for the two lovers.
ジェシカが望むように二人だけでゆっくりと関係を育めばよい。
They may deepen their relationship slowly, all by themselves, as Jessica wanted.
ただ
However,
その場合は私とジョージさんもまた結ばれません。
if that happens, George-san and I will not be joined.
僕たちは自らの幸せと未来をかけて
For the sake of our own happiness and futures,
戦わねばならぬ運命なんです。
we are fated to fight.
嘘。
The candles dance. It's been a hot minute since we heard that. Oh, are you kidding me?
なんだよそれ。
What the
つ
hell?
まり自分たちが結ばれれば必ず相手は破綻するのか。
So if we are joined, the other pair will split apart?
そんな悪魔のゲーム冗談じゃねえぜ。
What kind of demon's game is this?
間違えるな。
Don't be mistaken.
そなたらが奪い合うゲームではない。
You will not be taking something from each
黄
other.
金蝶のブローチの力がなければ、そもそもどちらの恋も実らぬ運命なのだ。
Without the power of the golden butterfly brooch, neither love is fated to bear fruit.
誰がそんな運命を決めたんだよ。
And who the hell decided that?
恋を許されぬ家具に恋した。そなたらの罪ゆえにだ。
It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love. Now I'm thinking of furniture replaced with imaginary friends.
カノンはそなたにはっきりと家具は恋をする資格がないと拒んだはず。
Didn't Kanon clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to
そ
love?
なたはそれを承知でカノンを恋の相手に選んだのだ。
Knowing that, you chose Kanon as the one you loved.
知らぬとは言わせぬ。
I won't let you get away with saying you didn't know. Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then, George spoke up with that soft tone that he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious.
ジェシカち
Jessica-chan,
ゃん、こう考えないか
can't you think of it this way?
考えるって何を。
Think of it what way?
い？僕はね、シャノンを愛してる。
I love
ど
Shannon.
んな試練も障害も全て乗り越えて結ばれようという覚悟を持っているよ。
I am prepared to overcome any and all trials and obstacles that stand in the way of us being together.
君はどうだい？
What about you?
そりゃ私だって多少のことでへこたれるほど嫌わなつもりはねえぜ。
Well, yeah. One or two setbacks aren't gonna stop me. I'm tougher than that.
な
Yes,
らそういうことだよ。
that's what this is about.
僕たちは今試されているのさ。
Right now, we are being tested.
僕たちはどれだけ気持ちの強さを示せるかということをね。
Tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly.
ジョージ兄さんはこのわけのわからない話で
Are you
してるって
actually
言うのかよ。
satisfied with this insanity?
納得なんか必要ないよ。
There's no need to be satisfied.
僕はシャノンと結ばれるために全ての試練と障害と戦うことを婚約指輪にかけて誓
When
う。
I gave Shannon that engagement ring, I swore to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way.
どんな理不尽な到底理解できない試練であっても
No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible those trials might be,
退くという選択肢はない。
backing down is not an option. George spoke clearly, then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept on grumbling and refusing this demon's trial, the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Then they would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Kanon would split apart, with Kanon eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again.
僕にとって
Personally,
君がこの試練を辞退してくれるならこれほど嬉しいことはないんだ。
nothing would make me happier than you backing out of this trial.
君と戦わなくて済むからね。
That way, I wouldn't have to fight you.
そして君のカノン君への思いがその程度のものだったんだね
And it would
と
reveal
寂しむことになるんだ。
just how little you actually feel for Kanon-kun. I want Jessica to win. Just because he said that, I want Jessica to win. It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If it came to a loss by default, Jessica would never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. That would leave a bad aftertaste even for George.
僕たちはたった一つの奇跡を巡って
We must
正
fight
々堂々と戦わなくちゃならない。
fair and square for that single miracle.
その結果、仮に僕が敗れたとしても、
Even if I lose at the end,
互いがベストを尽くして戦った上での結果なら、
I'll be able to accept it if we both gave it our all.
そしてだからこそ心の底から相手を祝福できる。
And because of that, I will be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart.
ジョージの覚悟、なかなかのものよ。
George's determination is quite impressive.
そこまで言われて
After hearing all that,
君は逃げ出すのか。
are you still going to run away? The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he too challenged her with cold eyes. Same, yeah. And Shannon? And Shannon?
お許しくださいお嬢様
Please forgive me, milady.
私はジョージさんと結ばれるために一歩たりとも引かない覚悟です
For the sake of being joined with George-san, I am determined not to flinch in my resolve.
たとえ私の思いを貫くことがお嬢様の恋路を閉ざすことを知っていようとも
Even if I know that staying true to my heart will mean the end of your loving relationship. Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica was surprised to realize just how strong the determination that dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend.
僕はお嬢様と新しい人生を歩みたいです。
I want to start a new life with you, milady.
その歩みが姉さんの幸せを踏み越えていくことを意味しようとも僕はここを
Even if that life means crushing Naesan's happiness, I will not falter now. Hanon was also doing all he could to be strong. Yes, all of them were being serious and frank and abandoning any naivete they might have possessed. All this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic. And the trial that the demons were giving them, none of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested, whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head, shaking, while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before too long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate the silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was.
ジェシカさん
そしてその魔法の奇跡はそなたであっても享受できるものであるぞ。
Furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well. Didn't I say? Oh my god, oh my god. So I was saying that Shannon, Kanon, and Beatrice are all sharing the same body, right? But each of them, all three of them, are in love with different Ushidomiyas. So they're touching upon that. I'm pogging. Oh my god. My theory.
私にも
By me too?
それは
What do you mean?
どういう
She had thought this had been about two pairs of lovers. Nah, bitch. You're also, occupying the same body. Beato was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well. Yeah, guys. Yeah, it has something to do with you, all right.
黄金蝶のブローチの奇跡はそなたの願い。
With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch, even your wish.
バトラへの行為を認められたいという願いさえも叶えることはたやすい。
That your affection for Battler will be acknowledged. and be granted easily.
Soしてその奇跡なくして結ばれることもまたない。
And without that miracle, you two will also never be bound.
君も蚊帳の外じゃないということさ。
It means you're no outsider to this either.
愛の沼を渡りきり
Cut across the marshes of love.
たい。あなたの望みのは
That is your wish, is it not?
僕たちは君の願いだって決してないがしろにしたりはしない。
We will not make light of your wish.
そなたとバトラの関係とてやがてはただれ腐り落ちる。
Even if your relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot.
いくら楽観的なそなたであっても
Even you, with your optimistic attitude,
何かの奇跡がない限りやがてはそのような運命を迎えることをすでに理解しているはずだ。
must understand that this fate will eventually come to pass, barring some kind of miracle.
それは
Well... Beato hung her head sadly. She wasn't about to let the cookie incident break her spirit. However, it would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog, freezing in the cold and bunching together with others for warmth. She had approached him because of love and had been hurt for it.
そこまで分かっているなら奇跡に託すのもまた一興というものよ。
If you understand that much, entrusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest.
川の宝くじに当たりなしとも言うでな。
As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing.
ゼパル、フルフル。
Zepar, Furfur,
このわらわの妹も加えよ。
let my little sister join in too.
ああ、もちろん。
Oh, of course.
よろしく。もう一人のベアトリーチェ。
Welcome, second Beatrice.
私たちは初めからあなたも加えるつもりでいましたわ。
We were planning on including you from the very beginning.
なぜなら僕らはゼパルとフルフル。
After all, we are Zepar and Furfur,
愛を司る悪魔だから。
the demons of love.
私も参加してもよろしいのでしょうか。
Is it all right if I join in?
君が望むならいいんじゃないかい。
You want to. I don't see a
誰
problem.
であっても僕は拒まない。
I won't prevent anyone from
すべ
entering.
ての障害に勝利し、全員に僕たちを祝福させる。
We'll win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union. No way in hell, Georgie boy. She's 16.
もちろん逆でもさ。
Or you think she's 16. Still. Of course, it's the same the other way
全
around.
力の僕たちを退けて成し得た恋ならば、
If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best,
僕もシャノンも心の底から勝利した二人を祝福することを約束するよ。
you're not really here, but you like the new demons? Gender. Oh, yeah, they both have different genders from each other, it was said. I thought you said you didn't like them at first, but now you do? And hey, I'm glad you're here, even if you're not really here. Of course, it's the same the other way around. If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best, and both Shannon and I promise to sincerely support the pair that wins. George still doesn't know that Shannon will stop existing.
シャノン、
Right, Shannon? Yes.
私たちは負けません。
We will not lose.
そして負けても心の底から祝福します。
And even if we did, we would cheer you on from the bottom of our hearts.
僕も同じです。
I feel the same.
僕は負けません。
I will not lose.
引けねえ喧嘩だっての。
Well, if there's no way out of this fight,
王じゃねえかよ。
let's show him what we've got. I hope we get to watch this Ace Attorney breakdown when she gets Thanos snapped. Oh, George's Ace Attorney breakdown. Damn. Let's show him what we got. Neither I nor Kanun-kun
先輩ってのだけはごめんなさい。
have any intention of losing without a fight.
それはそなたのだな。
You feel the same, I assume?
はい。
Yes.
お父様。いえ、バトラーさんに私を認めてもらえる可能性がわずかでもいただけるなら。
If there's even a small chance that that Battler's son will acknowledge me,
私もそれに自らをかけたいと思います。
I'm willing to put myself on the line.
よくぞ言った。
Well said.
それでこそ我が妹。
Good going, little sister.
ゼパル、フルフル。
Zepar, Furfur.
役者は揃ったぞ。
The actors have gathered.
それでは始めようか、フルフル。
Then let's begin, Furfur.
始めましょう、ゼパル。
Yes, let us begin, Zepar.
たった一つの魔法の奇跡をめぐっての愛し合う者たちの試練を。
Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic. Boy. Self-reliance. Oh, god damn it. Erika had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't enable her to listen in on the voices in the cousin's room. Hey! It's like she knew you were coming, Dan. Thank you for 11 months. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long ways away from the cousin's room. Battler GM is like, I'm gonna put you far away so you don't pull shit like that again. Last time, my room was right next to theirs. Yeah, this time Battler is like, yeah, fuck you. That was creepy. Don't do that again. Last time, my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. Yeah, you weirdo.
ゲームマスター権限で許された範囲の初期配置の変更です。
The powers of authority given to the Game Master permit this level of modification to the initial arrangement.
妥当な処定かと。
It is perhaps a quite reasonable first move.
まあ、その方が私もいいです。
Well, that suits me too.
あのクソガキどものトランプで遊ぶ黄色い声なんて聞きたくもありませんから。
I have no desire to listen to those brat squeaky voices as they play cards. This whole time, Erika had been sitting at the desk working at something. She was preparing some of those duct tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape available. She drew a complicated, unforgeable signature on it with permanent marker and added slits through it. By sticking this over a place that she wanted to prove had remained closed, She could create a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. Those menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game. Oh no, she's got a duct tape sprite. She's got her duct tape, watch out. Great.
いかがしましたか？
Is something wrong?
やられました。
He got me.
バトラメ、周到ですね。
That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erika shrugged and showed the piece of duct tape she had cut off to Delaner. By sight alone, Delaner couldn't tell what had annoyed Erika. However, as soon as she held the tape, she realized the difference right away.
これではダメです。
This won't be any good.
ええ。
Yes.
粘着力、ほとんどないです。
It's barely sticky at all.
これじゃあ赤き真実には至れない。
This won't reach even close to the red truth. Even duct tape can be of low quality, and sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal.
きれいに剥がすことが可能です。
It is possible to tear it off cleanly.
これでは封印を示す証拠にはなり得ません。
This cannot serve as proof of a seal.
バトラもそこまで見下げ果てたほど無能じゃないってことですね。
I guess Battler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought.
おそらくゲームマスター権限でこの島のすべてのガムテープに干渉したんでしょう。
He probably tampered with all the duct tape on the island using the authority of the Game Master. Letting Erika get her hands on duct tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact. And so Battler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion.
おそらく
Most likely.
ガムテープに代わる品もすべて干渉を受けているに違いないです。
All possible substitutes for duct tape have also been tampered with.
ですね。
Probably.
ま、良かったことにしておきます。
Well, it isn't really so bad.
おかげでこの冷たい雨の中、みっともない姿で外壁を這い回らなくて済みますから。
At least this way, I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erika tossed the duct tape aside and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed.
事件が起こるのをパイプ吹かして悠然と待つのも探偵のたしなみですし。
Well, detectives do have a penchant for puffing on a pipe while waiting calmly for a crime to occur.
あんたもどうせ第一の番が発覚するまで出番ないんですから。
I doubt there will be any part for you to play until the first twilight begins.
どこかに姿消して一服でもしてたらどうですか？
So why not vanish off somewhere and take a smoking break? Don't tell this child to smoke cigarettes.
私の顔なんか見てても疲れるだけでしょうし。
I imagine that looking at my face will do nothing more than tire you out. Oh my god, maybe she is self-aware.
タバコは吸わないです。
I do not smoke.
子供ですので。
I am just a kid. That's what I'm saying.
そうですか。
Oh, really?
私が吸いたいです。
I wish I could.
出演者たちが歌うほどの気分を爽快にさせる効果があるならの話ですが。
Well, only if it really is as refreshing as smokers
ご
claim.
機嫌が優れられないようです。
Erika, like, please, Berncastle, let me smoke a cigarette, please. It seems that you are not in high
そう
spirits.
見えます？
Does it look that way? Erika answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that it was hard not to listen to the ticking of the clock.
エリカ卿、
Lady Erika,
お尋ねしてもよろしいですか？
May I ask a question?
内容によります。
Depends on what it is.
多分ノーですが。
Answer's probably no, though.
一応暇つぶしに聞いてあげます。
Well, we're just killing time
何
anyway.
です？
What is it? Erika was probably bored as well. Or maybe the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She assented, which was very unlike her.
なぜ
Why is
エ
it
リカ教は魔法を嫌われるのです？
that you hate magic?
ああ、さっ
Oh,
きの下のマリアとのやりとりの件ですか？
you mean that thing downstairs with Maria?
あんな
Oh, yeah,
の子
remember
供
that?
騙しのくだらない手品です。
That was nothing more than a foolish trick to deceive children.
誰だってわかっています。
Everyone knew that.
パーまでして幻想を打ち砕く必要があったのですか？
Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion?
私にはわからないです。
I cannot understand. It had been a childish fight. Erika didn't need Delanner to tell her that.
自称知的蹂躙者としましては、
Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist.
魔法なんてもので真実をうやむやにすることが許せないわけです。
I can't stand having magic confuse the truth.
それを暴くことに優越を感じられているということですか？
And so, you feel pleasure from exposing that?
私には他の感情が感じられます。
I sense a different emotion.
他の感情？
A different emotion?
何です？
What's that?
優越というよりは、
To me, it feels less like
も
pleasure
っと何か別の負の感情を感じます。
and more like a different, negative emotion.
やっぱりあんたはただの殺人人形です。
You really are a murder doll, aren't you?
その目も節穴みたいですね。
Even your eyes are like knotholes.
失礼しました。
My apologies.
許してほしいです。
Please forgive me. Erika rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Delanner. Because of this, Delanner couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean that Erika wanted her to go away, Delanner gave a bow and made to leave. Then Erika suddenly spoke. The words came so far out of the blue that Delanner doubted her ears. And she had to ask Erika to say it again.
今、何とおっしゃいましたか？
What did you just say?
あなたのことが好きです。
I love you. Okay. It really was out of the blue. Delanner wanted to ascertain what Erika really meant. But the latter still had her back turned and her face was out of sight.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
以前は別の子と付き合っていましたが、今は完全に切れています。
I was going out with another girl before, but I've completely broken up with her.
周りの人たちは僕たちを妬んでありもしないことを言いますが、気にしないでください。
Others are going to be jealous of us and say things that aren't true, but don't pay them any attention.
俺は君に生涯のすべてを捧げるから。
Girl, what?
すべてを捧げてほしい。
I'm going to devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me.
二人で一緒に幸せになろう。
Let's find happiness together. Delanner avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erika kept on speaking in that dull and emotionless tone, repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur.
新しい財布
A new wallet. Huh? Of course, she had no idea what Erika was saying. However, with her back still to Delanner, Erika kept saying disconnected
変な
words.
猫のキーホルダ
A strange cat keychain.
ー趣味の合わないアロマオイル
A different style of cologne.
演劇の先輩に借りたという趣味違いの音楽テープ
A music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from an acting colleague.
先輩の付き合いで断れなくて
A colleague asked him to come and he couldn't turn him
急
down.
にバイトが入っちゃって
Work suddenly called him in.
ダチの電話が長くてなかなか切れなくて
His buddy called him up and he couldn't get off the phone. He made too much curry. He started going to theater practice more often. He started folding paper towels differently. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more than before about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. Toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. Me and my acting friends had a party here. Someone just left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. There were receipts and point cards from places he didn't usually go. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on Monday when it was raining. It matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. Leading questions. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found plenty of evidence that I loved you. I found plenty of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, but I don't want to do well in theater just as much. Oh wait, I'll treasure you for all my life, but I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you liked seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously tired of this, all right? Look, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. One of my colleagues, she suddenly told us she won't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. You know what? If you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Don't bother coming over again. Just go home. I don't love you anymore. Stop crying. God, you're obnoxious. Go kill yourself, you creep. Stop shouting, damn it. I've got neighbors. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Without love, it cannot be seen. That's backwards. Because of love. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's a different... Oh, okay. I need to react that whole thing. Because of love. you end up seeing things that don't even exist. It's nothing more than an illusion. One that no one except you can see. And one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to see that fiction. Because we can see it, we doubt. We suffer. We cry out loud. Right now, I am happy. Though it may be temporary, I have become the witch of truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man wasn't fit to be my opponent. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Lanner was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent in the witch's game she had once challenged that man with. Lanner shared in fragments of Erika's past, allowing her to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all of those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Lanner thought in silence, and announced her by-the-book response. First move. I request that you submit evidence that I have been cheating. Counter with the blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial evidence and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So, by the standard rules, Erika would win. First point to me. Your next move. I will attempt to switch offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erika, provide proof that you are not cheating. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move, since it'd result in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then I frankly declare that, despite a lack of proof, I still love you even now.
赤き真実でないから無効です。
Not red truth and therefore invalid.
仮に赤かったとしてもそれ
Even
ス
if
テー
it
ルメイトです。
even if it was red, that'd be a stalemate.
私に反論する手がなくなりますから。
After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Delanner remained silent for a while. She responded quietly to Erika's moves, as Erika drew closer and closer to checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it is a splendid final move that the weaker player can pull off if they are already unable to win outright. In this situation, Erika clearly had the advantage. It was natural that Delanner, her opponent, would seek a stalemate and obtain a draw. However, that only worked in chess. In the game where witches fought over the truth, it was a forbidden move. So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Delanner had no way to turn the game around, but that meant that regardless of what the real truth had been, this game would.
他に手は
Any other moves?
真実を守る魔女狩り大司教
Oh, witch hunting archbishop, protector of the truth?
いえ
No,
リザインです。
I resign.
ねほら
See? There you go. Erika had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, that her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not supposed to use what was that? Love, red truth? A splendid game. A splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erika could win. A splendid victory. Delanner could only respond with silence. And with that, Erika spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Delanner to leave. Delanner understood this, but even so, he wanted to tell Erika just one thing before leaving.
見事なゲームです。エリカ卿。
A splendid game, Lady Erika.
探偵は勝利して当然ですから。
It's only natural that the detective wins.
あなたはベルンカステル卿の駒になる以前から実に見事な青き真実の使い手です。
Even before you became Lady Berncastle's piece, you were truly a splendid wielder of the blue truth.
しかし、エリカ卿。
However, Lady Erika,
人間に許されるのは青き真実だけです。
humans are only allowed to use the blue truth.
そして青き真実に反論できるのは赤き真実だけです。
And the only thing that can counter blue truth is red truth.
そして赤き真実は人間には許されていません。
And humans are not allowed to use the red truth.
ならばどうやって
In that
あな
case,
たのお相手は彼の真実を示せばよかったのですか？
how should your opponent have shown his truth?
さ
Who knows?
あ赤き真実に時に勝るとかいう例の黄金の真実とやらでも持ち出したらどうですか？
Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times.
ゲームは確かにエリカ教の勝ちです。
You certainly were the victor in that game.
しかし真実の守護者として申し上げます。
However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth.
何です？
What?
どうせ不愉快なことでしょうから、それを言ったらとっとと消えてください。
I imagine it's something unpleasant, so say it and go away.
はい。
Yes,
確かにこのゲームはエリカ教の勝ちです。
our game did end with your victory.
しかし
However,
私が示したあなたを今も愛している青き真実の証拠6点は未だ否定されていません。
you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence that I showed to claim that I still loved you.
あなたさえ人間。
Even you are human.
それを否定する赤き真実を使えはしないのです。
You are unable to use the red truth that would disprove these points.
探偵権限で84点の証拠を赤き真実に後に昇格させました。
Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth
我が主のお力によって
by the power of my master.
私は人間にして人間を超えた存在。
I am human, yet superior to humans.
探偵にして魔女、
A detective and a witch.
真実の魔女、フルドエリカです。
I am the witch of truth, Furudo Erika.
他に質問は？捨て台詞は？
Any other questions? Parting remarks?
ありません。
I have none.
それでは失礼いたします。
In that case, please excuse me. Flanner bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single witch of truth, laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Erika glanced at the bedside clock and saw that it was almost exactly midnight.
さて、一寝入りさせてもらえますか。
Well, I suppose I should get a little sleep.
いよいよ2日目、10月5日の幕開けです。
The curtain is finally risen on the second day, October 5th.
今頃どこかで今回の殺人が起こっているんでしょうかね。
I wonder if the first of this game's murders is happening somewhere about
今
now.
回の犠牲者さん、せいぜいいろいろなダイイングメッセージをよろしくお願いしますね。
I hope our victims leave us with some interesting dying messages this time. I still think it would be funny if nobody died because it's Battler's game. He's like, see, nobody need to keep murdered in the first place. And then Erika's like, then what the fuck am I even here for?
どうして母さんに相談しなかったの？
Oh shit, dog! Why didn't you discuss this with your
あ
mother?
なたの人生を最後まで支えるパートナーの話なのよ。
This is about the partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life.
そうだよ。
That's right.
ショーンが一緒にいたい女性なんだ。
She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with.
だからこそ真剣に決めなければいけないんでしょ？
And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right?
どうしてそんな軽率に？
How can you be so rash? Eva and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Eva's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm.
まさかもう関係を？
Don't tell me you consummated your relationship
子
already.
供ができたとか言われて結婚を迫られたんでしょ？
She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she?
失礼だ。
How rude.
僕は婚前の貞操は厳しくあるべき主義なんだ。
I'm a strong believer that chastity is to be preserved before marriage.
じゃあどうして婚約なんて？
Then why an engagement?
僕は求めた。
I asked her.
彼女は受けた。
She accepted.
それで成立じゃないか。
What more could be needed?
違うわ違うわ。
No, it's all wrong.
結婚はね、
あんたが思ってるような漫画か何かみたいに簡単なものじゃないの。
Marriage isn't as easy as it looks in the manga or whatever you're thinking of.
先方のご両親は
What about her parents?
両家の交流は
Relationships between the two
あん
families.
た野良猫じゃないのよ。後ろ宮ジョージなのよ。
You're not some stray alley cat. You are Ushinomiya George.
としたらおじい様の後継者に指名されるかもしれないこの時期にどうしてそんな軽率な。
How could you be so rash now when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor?
どうして母さんに相談してくれなかったの。
Why didn't you consult me?
今こうして相談してるよ。
I'm consulting you right now.
いや
No,
相談じゃないから。
not consulting, I
こ
suppose.
れはただの報告だね。
I'm just informing you.
おじい様の後継者に指名されるのは全く期待してない。
I've never pinned my hopes on being selected as grandfather's successor.
いやむしろ辞退したいくらいさ。
In fact, I'd rather refuse it if it did come to
僕は
that.
自分の国と城を父さんがそうしたように何もない原野に築き上げて
I want to build up my own country and castle from scratch, just like father did. Eva fucked up on her entire life plan. Look,
父さんが今日までどれくらいの苦労をしたのか分かってるの。
do you realize how hard your father worked to get where he is?
あんたが真似てできるようなことじゃないの。
It's not something you could duplicate just by imitating
今日
him.
までどれほどの運や偶然に助けられたことか。
Do you have any idea how often he was saved by luck and coincidence?
そして母さんという良き理解者の伴侶がいたから
And yet he got through it because he had you, his wonderful life partner, by his side.
サヨは僕を支えより強く生まれ変わらせてくれました
Sayo is the kind of person who will support me and transform me into an even stronger man.
母さんたくましくなったと褒めてくれた今の僕は彼女がいなかったらありえない
You've praised me for becoming the adult that I am. That could never have happened without her.
いいジョージ。
Huh? Listen,
と
George.
にかくここは一度母さんに任せなさい。
Just let your mother handle this for now.
頭を冷やしてよーく考えて。
Cool your head and think very carefully.
シャノンちゃんだけがあなたに好意を持ってるわけじゃないのよ。
Shannon-chan isn't the only person interested in you, you know?
お見合いしたあゆみさんだってあなたのことをとても気に入ったそうよ。
The girl you had in that marriage meeting with, Ayumi-san, really took a liking to you. Oh, this is the first time she's been named Ayumi.
初耳だね
That's the first I've heard of it.
あなたも分かってると思ってたのよ。
I thought you knew!
先方のご両親も大変あなたのことを気に入ってるそうよ。
Her parents were also very impressed by
も
you.
しあなたに父さんのように一国一城を築きたい夢があるならその手伝いができるのはあゆみさんの方でしょ。
If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumi-san is the one who'd really be able to help you, right?
彼女の気持ちを裏切るの？
Do you intend to betray her feelings?
裏切るものに
There's nothing to betray.
僕はあゆみさんと特に交流があったわけじゃない
There was never any special relationship between Ayumi-san and
お
me.
見合いをしてその後親たちが勝手に盛り上がってるだけじゃない
We just had a marriage meeting and our parents got all fired up afterwards.
数度無理やり引き合わされたけど僕たちは互いに目さえ合わせちゃいない
You made us go out together several times, but we never even looked each other in the eye.
あゆみさんは育ちのいい奥ゆかしい女性でしょ。
Ayumi-san is a well-bred, modest woman.
男性のジョージに目を合わせるなんて恥ずかしいしぶしつけでできなかっただけよ。
She just couldn't look at you because you're a man and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered.
あなたが目を見て話してくれなきゃ気持ちが感じられないと言うなら彼女にそう注意するわ。
If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at you when she talks, I'll advise her of that.
これからはあなたの目を見て話してくれるはずよ。
I'm sure she'll look at you from now
あ
on.
ゆみさんと結婚させたいのだそれが母さんにとって利するからさ
You want me to marry Ayumi-san because it will benefit you.
母さんの縁談には僕の気持ちがわずかほども含まれていない
You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself.
George!
Ooh, did she just knock him the fuck out? Let's go. George!
どうしてそんなことを言うの？
How can you say that?
母さんがあなたのことを考えないことなんてあった？
Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you?
ないでしょ？
I haven't, have I?
親という漢字はどういう字？
How is the Oya kanji written, parent? It's like seeing happiness? Is that what it is?
木の上に立って見ると書いて親なのよ。
On top of tree and look. It's Tatsu on top of a key and a miru. It's stand on top of a tree and look.
母さんたちはね、あなたよりはるかに高みから人生の遠くまでを展望してるの。
That's what we've been doing, surveying your entire future from a height far greater than you have access to.
そしてあなたが若さゆえの一時の感情で間違った道へ進もうとしているのが見えているの。
And from our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path.
だからこうして憎まれることを承知で言ってるのよ。
That's why I'm saying what I am, even though I know you'll hate me for it.
あんたがどうでもいい子だったらこんな喧嘩しないわ。
If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight.
どこの変な女とでも勝手に結婚しなさいって放っておいてるわよ。
I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be.
ジョージ、
You hear me, George?
母さんに全て任せなさい。
Leave this to your mother.
もうあなたはシャノンちゃんに会わなくていいわ。
There's no need for you to meet with Shannon-chan anymore.
母さんたちで話をつけてあげる。
We'll take care of everything for you.
大丈夫よ。シャノンちゃんにも悪いようにはしない。
Don't worry, we won't have Shannon-chan mistreated.
ジョージに成長のきっかけをくれた人だものね。
After all, it's thanks to her that you've grown so much, right?
ちゃんとそれに配慮してあげるから。
We'll take that into account.
だからあとはもう母さんたちに任せなさい。
So leave the rest to us.
ジョージ。
George! Sometime during Eva's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. George was, after all, only a child of man. Though he understood that marriage required nothing more than the consent of both people, he couldn't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so he was torn between the tears of his mother, who had always helped him, and the fiancé he had chosen. Or was he?
もういいよね。
I think it's time.
そろそろ。
It's time now. Huh?
今日まで
All my life,
立派に育ててもらって本当に感謝してる。
you've done a great job raising me, and I'm truly grateful for that.
僕もこう思って親になったら
When I have children and become a
母
parent,
さんみたいな親になるよ。
I'll become a parent like you.
子供のために本当に戦える世界で一番尊敬できる親にね。
I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world. One who can truly fight for his children's sake.
ジョージ。
George. With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Okay, George. Then he slowly turned around. It was, without a doubt, the familiar face of Eva's beloved son. However, he stood there now as his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that the blood connection between them might even be forgotten.
そろそろいいと
I think it's about time now.
何
Or what?
思う。
For you to let go.
いいんじゃない
of your son, mother.
ここからはもう親子の関係はなしで話そうじゃない
Let's talk the rest of this out as people, not as mother and son.
僕はジョージ
I am George.
まあエヴ
You are Eva.
ァ親だからどうこうというのは抜きにして互いの立場から本音をぶつけようじゃないか
Let's drop the because I'm your parent routine, speak for ourselves, and say what we really mean.
僕を望み通りの相手と結婚させたい理由は経済的事
The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances.
情未だいさかいのなくならないおじさんたち
And so that you can posture in that still continuing quarrel between you and your siblings.
それ以外に何もない
You have no other reason.
いっそそれをすっきり認めてくれた方が
You do well to just come clean and admit it now.
僕はこれから僕の立場だけで語るから
I'm going to start speaking on my own behalf.
君もそうした方がいいんじゃないか
I suggest you do the same.
な負けるよ君
You'll lose, I'm warning you. George's eyes no longer contained any trace of his love and respect for his mother. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. This is fucking wild, Cece.
ジョージ
George,
どうして
why?
そんな目で見る
How's the theory crafting? I don't think anything I've thought of has been disproven yet. But this is wild. George, why are you looking at your mother like that?
今僕は母さんを見ていないからさ
Because I'm not looking at my mother right now.
僕の目に映っているのは僕の選び取ろうとする未来の前に立ちふさがる
All I see is a wall. A trial standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp.
母さんだって人間だ
You're your own person too.
夢や野心があってそれを今も追い続けているのを知っている
I did. This is wild, Rip. You're your own person too. I know that you have dreams and ambitions, and that you're still chasing after those.
素晴らしいと思う
And I think that's a wonderful thing.
自分の夢を決して諦めないことの大変さを僕たちは知っているのだから
We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. Oh, are you okay, Rip? I need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown.
その最後に学び獲得して完成されるのが本当の後宮ジョージという男なんだ
Usual issues. I hope you feel better soon. And that final finished product, after everything I learned and acquired, is the real Umineko George.
僕は今あなたという最後の壁を越える
Now I'll overcome the final barrier. You, final boss, my mom. Wait, are they actually fighting?
何
Did you just punch your mother? What? Eva had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Is this Gop again? Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be? World End Dominator? Hello? Happy 10 months though. It's been a hot fucking minute since we had World End Dominator and it's Eva Beatrice. This is hype.
いいわよ。本音をぶつけ合うのもたまにはいいじゃない。
Alright then. Sometimes it's good to be brutally honest.
私も言っちゃうわ。
I'll speak my mind.
だからあなたも言っちゃえば。
So why don't you just lay it out there forever? 。
「
What?
あなたも言っちゃえば。
I'll speak my mind.
だからあなたも言っちゃえば。 So why don't you just lay it out there forever?
Forever?
「
So why don't you just lay it out there forever?
あなたも言っちゃえば。 So why don't you just lay it out there forever?
I missed her laugh. The rain-filled sky. In the rain, Estella, can you get out of the way? This is getting hype. I want to be able to read. In the rain-filled sky, with the moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the golden witch of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ushinomiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. Now, I can confidently show her my true self. Here we go, Mother. Here we go, Eva. This is my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step! With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that the sticky sensation, which didn't quite feel like mud, represented his mother's arrogance, trying to prevent him from making the first step.
I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story, Journey to the West?
That takes me back. That's probably the first fantasy I really loved. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by the Buddha. The Buddha told him, "If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will grant you your wish." Then Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were the Buddha's fingers, and that he still hadn't left the Buddha's hand. Are you saying that's what my first step is like?
Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish and self-restraint and everything else! All of it is a road I once traveled down. This first step of yours would be overwhelmed by my life. How long are you gonna turn a blind eye to it? Why not look at what you're standing on? On the pitch black earth soaked by the pounding rain, there were what appeared to be ominously glowing bands of faint red, and George had placed his first step directly on top of one. It was deep and viscous, and it held George's foot in place. From Eva's perspective, as she looked down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spider web that radiated out with George at the center. I remember her red spider web. That's right. This is me. This is me, tied down by a life of constant instruction, and raised solely for the sake of your ambitions. No, you're wrong about that. Let me make it so that you can understand. I'll show you. And then you'll realize the truth forever.
The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot.
Then, it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Eva's insane laugh was as innocent as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes, and cruel in equal measure. Oh my god, hello? The CG? Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays? Of course I remember. That was piano lessons. I still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on a cat. You did violin in kindergarten. Neko punjata. Oh, I need to look it up. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? But you didn't seem to have the talent. So we switched you over to piano. Lee waltz in English. I'm sure I've heard it before, but it's just not coming to my head. Then do you remember Wednesdays? I remember. That was the day for cram school. It was so far away, and a real pain to have to travel to. And Thursdays! That's Umineko Thursday! Jeez. Supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects of memorization, weren't you? Oh no, same. You could apply your knowledge, but we're horrible at learning by rote. A classic, he can do it if he tries, kid. God damn it. I hate it whenever I can relate to George. That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's a British proverb, isn't it? Making you motivated and keeping you that way. Was the hardest thing to do. Filial piety as violence. Love Umineko, right? Oh my god, that voice line was insane. Eva's voice actress at it again. I gotta hear this again. George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spider web, reduced to the witch's plaything. She would innocently swing him around and smash him about, all with an insane laugh. Again and again. Friday?
もちろんさ。
Of course.
ユニークな塾だ。
As far as after school lessons go, that one was pretty unique.
親と一緒の塾なんで、いろいろな意味で窮屈だったよ。
Having a parent present while I studied was a trying experience in multiple ways.
子に釣り竿を買うな。一緒に釣りに行け。
Don't buy your child a fishing rod. Go fishing with him.
母さんが
Yeah, it's right between the webs is cool. I do like that. You do like a British education, don't you, mother?
親にとっても辛い塾だったわね。でも、あれが一番あんたには効果的だった。高いお熱射。毎週金曜の夜を費やさなければならないね。でも、一番効果があった。その時悟ったの。子供はね、親神ちゃんなんて伸びないの。ごなめないな。親は太陽だよ。太陽なくして根付く草木。
Oh my god. How am I gonna read this all out? Those lessons were a pain for us parents too. But for you, that was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high, and it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week. But it was the most effective. That's when I realized. Kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. No plants will bud, and no flowers will bloom without the sun. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed and smashed. He could do Mother starts playing, damn. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time. And what about Saturday? What about Saturday?
家庭教師が来てくれてたね。
That's when the tutor came.
向こうから来てくれるから楽だったでしょ。
He came to our house, which made it much easier, right?
性癖である自室に毎週他人を迎え入れるのが苦痛だったよ。
It was painful to have to invite some other person into my own room, my sacred space, every single week.
先生が帰った後に残る汗の匂いが今でも思い出せるくらいに嫌だったね。
I hated the sweaty smell he left behind so much that I can still remember it.
あなたに学習姿勢を叩き込んでくれる素晴らしい先生だったわよ。
He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you.
弁護士の相談費用並みのお月謝を払った甲斐が本当にあったわ。
His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it.
そして迎える日曜日と塾の予定がない月曜日だけが僕の安息日だった。
And then came Sunday, followed by Monday when I didn't have any extra school, the only 2 days when I could have some rest.
皮肉だね。
How ironic.
火曜日から土曜日までの塾が僕を押さえつけてきたのだ。
So it was those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday that were holding me down all this time.
まさに僕は孫悟空だったわけだ。
I really was just like Sun Wukong.
私の手のひらから逃れたいなんて思い上がりはお釈迦様にご行山で潰してもらうといいわ。
Yeah. If you think you can escape from the palm of my hand, you can have that arrogance crushed by the Buddha's 5 mountains! Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements in the days of the week. Tuesday through Saturday are named after in Japanese. Oh my god, true! That's wild. So that's why Ryukishi picked exactly those days, because he wanted to go with this metaphor. That's really funny. Yeah, so Japanese lesson. Tuesday is Kayobi, Fire Day. Wednesday is Suiyobi, Water Day. Thursday, like Umineko Thursday, is Mokuyobi, Wood Day, or Tree Day. And then Friday is Kinyobi, Gold Day, or I guess you could think of it as Metal Day. And Saturday is Doyobi, and that is Earth Day, like the ground, the earth. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, realize this greatest of ironies. Kinyobi, like the Ushinomiya gold? You could think of it like that. Okay, so Sunday is Nichiyobi, literally Sunday. And Monday is Getsuyobi, Moon Day. Yeah, George likes Dragon Ball. This is no surprise. He's playing Wukong as we speak. But yeah, that's Sunday and Monday were actually the easiest for me to memorize, because Nichiyobi is literally like the sun day, and then Monday is Moon Day. So I was like, all right, Moon Day is Monday. Monday is Moon Day. Getsuyobi. The sun, the moon, and the 5 elements. Yeah, my Nichi. Okay, so that. Alright, so. Nichi is like a sun. So if you think about it, a day is when the sun rises and sets, right? So that refers to like a day, not a day of the week, but a day. So my Nichi is every day. If that makes sense. So yeah, it's the same day, it's the same Nichi that means sun, but it's funny when you write out Sunday, you use the kanji for sun twice, because Yobi has like, it's like a different kanji and then sun at the end of it, meaning like day of the week. So Sunday actually has sun in it twice. Yeah, like how day can be an allotment of time, daytime, daylight, etc. Yeah, exactly. Alright. And so that's also why, it's also the same kanji that's in Nihon, Japan. And also similarly, like how a sun kanji represents a day, months are talked about in terms of moons, using the moon kanji. Because 1 month takes all the phases of the moon turning, right? It's pretty intuitive, in a cool nature kind of way. Just like Sun Wukong, you need some reflection and punishment for your arrogance. Why are you talking about Bible quotes in voice chat? If you show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you.
それは解放じゃないね。洗脳だ。
It's not being released. It's brainwashing.
何も考えなくていいの。
There's no need to think about anything.
ママにすべて任せちゃえば。
Why not just leave everything to Mama forever?
私があなたのすべてを決めてあげる。
I'll decide everything for you. Moon's phrasing is just normal in Japan and only fancying in English. It's a, oh yeah, month, and it was like, and then and then when people are trying to do fancy old English, it's just like, yes, many moons ago. I forgot that month comes from moon. It's all there. Why not just leave everything to Mama forever? I'll decide everything for you. I do remember when Arnvald had legs. If you want to see more Arnvald with legs, tune in to Lore Sunday.
あなたにと一番素晴らしい人生なのよ。
That's the best kind of life for you.
世界で一番知的であなたのために
I'll arrange the most
捧げてく
intellectual
れる女性を用意してあげる。
and selfless woman in the world for you.
すべての成功もそれに至る道もすべてママが用意してあげるわ。
I'll prepare your every success and even pave the way there.
そしてやがては後ろ宮家で最高の名誉である当主の後継者にあなたは指名されるの。
And eventually you will be chosen for the highest honor in the Ushinomiya family, the position as successor to the head.
それから初めてあなたの自分の人生を始めなさい。
That's when you can think about beginning life for yourself.
第一歩。
A first step.
笑わせないでよ。あんたはね、まだ生まれてさいないのよ。
Don't make me laugh. You haven't even been born yet.
これはあんたを捉える私の巣じゃないの。
The older translation in the LP implies that she already has arranged the marriage. Damn! That's scary. This isn't my web you're caught in.
あんたを慈しんで育む私の子宮の中なのよ。
You're inside my caring, nurturing womb. George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was heartless cruelty, unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. On birth? Question mark, question mark, question mark? However, in Eva's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh ensnared in the red net was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught by a massive spiderweb suspended in the sky. George hung there pitifully as though crucified, still covered in fresh blood and not even twitching. Even if there had been some power to resist remaining to him, the red web holding him there would have held him even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied him.
ご餃子に封じられてしばらく頭を冷やしなさい。
Cool your head while you're sealed by the five
シャノン
mountains.
ちゃんが悪い子だからやめなさいと言ってるわけじゃないのよ。
I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon-chan's a bad kid,
彼
okay?
女はジョージに青春と成長のきっかけを与えてくれたとても良い子だわ。
She's a great girl. The one who gave you the chance you needed to grow up.
でも後先を考えない婚約は別の問題よ。
But An ill-considered engagement is a whole different matter.
相手が彼女だからいけないと言ってるわけじゃないの。
It isn't because there's a problem with
そ
her.
れを分かりなさい。
Understand that.
友を責めるな。
Don't criticize the friend.
王位を責めよ
Criticize the behavior, right?
これもイギリスの格言だ。
That's another piece of British advice.
本当にあなたは賢い子に育ったわ。
I really did raise you to be a smart kid.
いえ、育っているわ。
No, I still am raising you.
私のお腹の中でね。
Inside my belly, that is.
もう少しじっくりと育ちなさい。
You just need to be nurtured a little longer.
お仕置きは終わりよ。謝りなさい、母さんに。
Okay, that's enough punishment. So apologize to your mother. The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
ありがとう母さん。
Thank you, mother. Bro, you lost your trial at the first step? Oh, that's pathetic, George. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head.
これまでの全てが
Everything you've done so far,
僕を思ってのことだったんだね。
done for me, haven't you?
ありがとう。本当にありがとう。
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
そうよ。
That's right.
今は憎いでしょ。
You must hate me right
で
now.
もいつかきっと感謝するわ。
But one day you'll be grateful.
私がどれほどあなたを愛していたかをきっと理解する。
I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved
火
you.
曜日から土曜日までの連日の塾での縛り付けも
All those restrictive extra classes from Tuesday to Saturday
僕を立派な男に育てようという
were your
母さんの
sincere
努力だったん
efforts
だね。
to raise me to be a great man.
これもイギリスの格言よ。
That's another British
子
phrase.
供を幸福で包むことが最高の教育。
To wrap a child in blessings is the greatest education of all.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
だから僕からも母さんにイギリスの格言を
Oh,
送り
he's about to turn it around now. I'll give you a British saying in return.
何？
What's that?
すべての木に斧を一撃ずつ加えても
Take one chop at every tree,
一本の木も切り倒せば死ぬ。
and none of them will fall.
何？それはどういう意味？
And what does that mean?
こっちの方がいいかな。
Maybe this one is clearer.
学問に時間を費やしすぎることは怠惰に過ぎない。
To spend too much time in studies is sloth.
フランシス・ベン。
Francis Bacon. The man drenched in mud and fresh blood straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. It's interesting getting to see Francis Bacon? Is that news to you, Dan? It's interesting getting to see this part of Eva when she comes across earlier as like dismissive of her older self's motherhood. That's not quite how it really is. Yes, interesting, huh? Hydrate. Oh, I need to do that. Thank you, Tess. Oh, a stretch. I need to do that too. Ooh. Thank you, Tess. I hope you're having a good evening. Oh wait, did Welcome not go? Come on. Did it not play Welcome? This is so... What the heck? Mix it up. Please cooperate. Channel points. Yeah, those will all work because those are tied to trigger fire and not mix it up. Let's see, channel points. Why isn't it working? I'm trying to test the command and nothing is happening. Yeah, it's worked last time. I think I opened it up after. Because there's something else. That might be the issue. Damn. Okay. I'll have to make sure I mix it up open next time. Usually it won't work for you if you open it after OBS. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'm really new to using it. Thank you. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man. Not one who had been merely dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Sayo. She taught me. Courage and chivalry. How to be ambitious and witty and humorous and just a little stylish. It's ironic. Almost all of the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all. George, you're still going on about? Time to get back in mother's womb. Oh my god, what a line. I'll nurture you in a sea of warmth once more. As Eva howled, another bright red spider web appeared at George's feet and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. And with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. Is kicking again. That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web. Everything I owe you for what you've done, I've paid back now with pain. Now I can finally leave the nest for good. It really is necessary, isn't it? To have the occasional argument with one's parents. George, why would you disobey me so completely for that stupid girl? It looks like it really is you. Who needs to let go, Mother? So, if you're ready. Ready for what? If you're ready.
反撃しても。
May I fight back? Oh my god, episode 4 music. The curtain of spiderwebs that Eva shot out in defense were all too slow. George was weaved through them in that instant, and in the next he was right before her eyes. Eva jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. I guess there is one extracurricular activity I can thank you for. Oh, and what day of the week was that? It's all the martial arts classes you made me attend whenever I had a long break from school. I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing. Your mother is happy! That laugh is so good. Eva's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid-level attack. They're doing the fighting game! They're doing the fighting game. We're gonna play after this. We can try to recreate the scene in the fighting game. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Eva's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. You should have learned Muay Thai too. It would have been more fun to have learned it with you. You're right. I had the most fun when I was learning martial arts with you. Then now is the most fun. Isn't this fun, George? Isn't it? Damn, they're going at it. Do you find it fun, Mother? Play with your son like this? Yes, I do! Squabbling. Yeah, hey, brown chicken babe. You are my darling son, and I'll give you lots and lots of love inside my belly. I even love the way you kick inside me. Got it. But this kick's coming from the outside of your belly. George buried his knee sharply into Eva's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Eva watched her son's kick with a proud smile, and then she vomited. Holy shit. You're getting on in years, Mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that. Her chin still covered in vomit. Eva looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses. Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, Mother. The violent lightning and rain. The violent lightning and rain. Made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Eva's chest. However, the power of the magic circle, red magic circle surrounding George, had already pierced Eva's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Eva's back. So is this the murders happening? Battlers making the children murder their parents? That's something. No wound had been left on her chest, but the heart inside it had been struck through. Eva slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended, without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain. I know you're somewhere over there. Gop. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then a pitch black hole opened in the air there, and Gop jumped out. Impressive. Hey Rep, it's your favorite song. Even considering that it was before her ascension, you managed to defeat Eva Beatrice. I thought you were there. I thought you were there. Thanks for not interfering. I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son. Hey, dancing! Just like the dance of the moon rabbits, haha. Don't thank me. I wasn't here. You summoned me just now. It doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask of you. Do I have some duty to listen? Will you not do this for me? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who ruled over demons. Okay, so that's more like, will you not do this for me? His Majesty made Gop gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like studs, but I like monarchs even more. Your wish is my command, your demonic majesty. I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Ushinomiya family and who lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position. I know, right? Holy shit. So, in Kinzo's study? No. The VIP room would be good. That never opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion. Oh, that room. As you wish, your majesty. Joji Heika. Gop approached Eva's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gop and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Eva always carried, which was marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the Ushinomiya family, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air. After passing the blue moon, which honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. The instant he grasped it, another fierce bolt of lightning struck nearby, and by the time the flash faded, the staff he was holding had become a spray of gold butterflies and disappeared. I guess that was cool. It was as though George had held the staff up to the heavens and crushed it out of existence. So it's gone.
これで僕はノルマクリアだ。
And now, I finished my part.
次の人に番を譲るよ。
I'll let someone else have a turn.
自分の母さんを手にかけるなんて。
I can't believe you killed your own mother.
自分を世界で一番最初に愛してくれる人であり、そして一番最後に決別すべき人だ。
The first person who loves you in the world, and the last one you have to separate yourself from.
それが家を出るという。
That's what it means to leave your home.
これが僕が作用をめとるために見せられる勇気だ。
This is the courage I am capable of showing to take Sayo as my wife.
ジョージ様。
あっぱれなり後ろ宮ジョージ。
Bravo, Shinomiya George.
まずは見事であるぞ。
An excellent start.
たとえゲーム上のこととはいえ、
Even though it was just within the game,
駒のこととはいえ、
even though she was just a piece,
自分の母親を殺すのは愉快なことだ。
I didn't like having to kill my mother.
しかし、それが君たちの課す試練だというか
However,
ら、僕は答え
that was the trial you set me, so I saw it through. I don't know, George. I'm still waiting for Eva to be a corpse that shows up next morning. Still deeply interesting that none of the mothers of the older generations are relevant. Yeah. I would like to know about that. However, that was the trial you set me, so I saw it through. He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other and showed their surprise with their now familiar, exaggerated gestures. They did talk about, Kinzo's wife. She died before the start of the game, but she was around. And apparently she, was unhappy. But her kids never have anything to say about her. Really. Except that she did her duty as, like, Kinzo's wife. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar, exaggerated gestures. Girl, she was the new Shinomiya. Forks found in kitchen. Come on now. Okay, fine. Fine, true. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar, exaggerated gestures. Oh, come on. Doesn't my... I have to plug in the controller for it to work? I didn't realize that. I thought it would stay wireless. There it goes. Wonderful! Wasn't that splendid, Zepar?
そうだね、フルフル。
Indeed it was, Furfur!
ジョージ君の決意は本物だ。
George Kuhn's determination is the real deal!
どうやら僕は君を見誤っていたようだね。
It seems I've misjudged you.
謝るよ。許してほしい。
Please accept my apologies. George chose not to go along with this almost theatrical conversation. Natsu's mom unknown, yeah. He just quietly looked down upon the game board. Why is Zephyr James from Pokemon? I don't know. Why is Zephyr James from Pokemon? He just quietly looked down on the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. This was the trial that Zephyr and Furfur had set them. For the love of each other, take the life of another. It was similar to the game within Beato's fourth game. Yeah, it was giving me fourth game vibes, where they were each given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. Yeah, that reminded me of that. However, a pair of lovers would never abandon each other's lives. So they were automatically left with just the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that the demons hadn't ordered them to take the lives of everyone other than themselves. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. Yeah, but they're gonna get spooked. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide. But for these ones that sat around the game board in this witch's tea room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces representing George's will to overcome his parents. I'm suspicious. However, even if it was just a single life within one of an infinite number of fragment worlds, the fact remained that the demons had forced him to take it. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events in the demon's game board. But Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a game piece. Are you getting cold feet? No. The Beatrice that Battler-san desires would not be shaken by the likes of this. Well then, who will take the next trial? It can be anyone. Please choose the next victim. It can be anyone. Let the next challenger step forward. The thing is that I think Zephyr still has a female's voice actress. She's just going full Takarazuka on the intonation. If no one will step forward. That means I win, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. Then congratulations are in order, Ushinomiya George. The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish. We bestow it now upon you. Wait! As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger. Jessica-san. I'll go next. Fine. I'm game. Okay, I think I see where this is going. It's kind of set up as mostly George versus Jessica, right? With it all being like, oh, why is Beatrice even here? But since this is Battler's game, and if we're given the theory that, you know, Beatrice, Shannon, and Kanon all share a body, so they can only end up with one person, so there can only be one winner of this game. It's actually gonna be Beatrice who wins. And it'll be the miracle that brings her back. Or something. That's my prediction. And so Shannon and Kanon and Jessica and George all die or something. I don't know. I'll go next. Fine. I'm game. I'll show you that my feelings for Kanon-kun aren't just a silly, childish crush. The winner is actually you. Aww. So who's the one in the because you were hashtag right about hashtag blame Shannon from day one. Okay, I guess that's true. Actually, this is a good place to stop. Romantic regrets. Ooh. We will have to look into romantic regrets next Thursday. That was fun. I really enjoyed this today. I really enjoy the tone of this episode. This is kind of what I've been wanting. No. What, Cece? What, you want me to go a little longer? A little longer? Is something really cool about to happen? What is it? What is it? Oh, you don't want to miss it. Oh, does that happen immediately? It looks like they're at family conference. You'll understand when you see who she's fighting. It's immediately into the Jessica fight. Okay, fine. All right. For you, Cece. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted. But Natsuhi and Kirie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult. I hope she also fights George. Well, this seems to be a fight against each other. I promise this was... Oh, yeah, no. Thank you, Cece. Tag team Eva and Jessica versus George. Damn. If only. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted, but Natsuhi and Kirie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring, even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kirie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she felt like doing the same, and it drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Her expression was less tightly controlled than it was when her husband was around. Why do you feel like you have to tightly control your expression when you're around your husband, Kirie? That doesn't sound healthy. Kirie wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won.
誰？
Who is it? Why? What? What? Okay, this is about the last thing you could predict, huh? What the fuck? So instead of killing one of her parents, she's like, I gotta kill someone I can be somewhat okay with killing? Is that what this is? She suddenly sensed another person, turned around, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway. It's about to get real. The fuck is going on here? Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan.
ゲストハウスに行ったんじゃなかったの？
Didn't you go to the guest house? Well, I just decided to head back to my own room for a bit to get a book. Stella, I know you want me to stop this, but I have to do this for Cece, okay, Stella? Jump off, get away, go. Okay, there she goes. Well, I just decided to head back down to my own room for a bit and get a book. I see. And now you're on your way back to the guest house? Stella, I'm sorry, the scene is peak. Okay, I'm ready. Yes. That's right. Ah! Hype.
嫌な雨ね。
What horrible rain.
風はだいぶ強いのかしら。
Is the wind really strong?
今は比較的弱いみたいです。
It's weak right now, relatively speaking. As Kirie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated.
キリエおばさん。
This is the most killer type behavior I've ever seen someone do in this game. Auntie Kirie.
運がなか
I'm sorry.
ったと思ってくれ。
You just had bad luck.
ジェシカの運命のルーレットはキリエを選んでしまったわ。
Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kirie.
どうするんだいジェシカ？
What will you do,
ル
Jessica?
ーレットはキリエを選んだけど、それを拒否して再びルーレットを回すのも君の勝手さ。
The roulette has chosen Kirie, but you may reject that choice and spin the roulette again if you wish.
試練に捧げるのは誰の命でも問わないのだから。
It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial. Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Eva to be his sacrifice. Damn! Okay. To signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That roulette was nothing very grandiose. She had simply walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself, saying that the first person she met would be chosen as sacrifice. So is that the so-called roulette that the killer uses in the other games? And so the roulette of fate had brought her to Kirie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep to that rule. However, it was the rule that she had decided upon, and she didn't want to break it now. She's gonna kill Bettler's mom so she can get an emo boy wife. Yeah, how do you feel about this turn of events? Now that she was participating in this demon's game, this was one bit of justice that she could cling to. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back, but Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself.
どうしたの？
What is it?
何か私に話でも？
Do you have something to say to me? Noticing Jessica's strange silence, Kirie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had cost her her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Kanon. However, would it really be alright to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love, not wanting to let George, who had already come to terms with this situation, get any more of a lead on her? She had energetically consented to this demon's game, but her heart still wasn't ready.
キリエおばさんにこんな質問
Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Auntie Kirie. What is
ジェ
it?
シカちゃんが私に質問なんて
It's rare for you to ask me questions,
珍しいわ
Jessica-chan.
ね。答えられるものだといいんだけれど。
I hope I'm capable of answering it for you.
実は
Actually,
好きな人がいるんです
I have someone I like.
あら、そうなの？
Oh,
それ
really?
は素敵ね。
That's wonderful.
まさか恋の相談なの？
Then is it love you wanted to talk about?
そんなところです
Yeah, pretty
いい
much.
わよ。
All
私
right.
でよければ力になるわ。
I'll help out if I can.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very
実は
much.
それで
Actually,
まだ片思いなの？
is it still
い
one-sided?
えそこから両思いになりたてって感じのとこです
No, I guess you could say that it's just become mutual.
ただその結ばれるには試練があって
But, well, there's this trial for us to be joined together. A trial?
何それ？
What are you talking about?
私たちともう一組の恋人たちがいて争わなくちゃならないんです
There's the two of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other.
三角関係？
A love
それ
triangle
とも四角関係？
or a love
複
rectangle
雑そうね。
sounds
それ
complicated.
で？
And
勝った方の恋人同士しか
only
結ばれない
the pair who wins can be together.
そういう複雑なことになってるんです
It's something complicated like
つま
that.
りその
So it's like,
嫌な話ね。
sounds nasty.
相手を踏み台にしてしかどちらも成就できない恋なのね。
Love that can only succeed at another couple's expense.
自
Yes.
分たちが結ばれれば相手が破綻します
If we join up, then they'll fall
そし
apart.
て逆もしかりです
And uh-oh. Wrong time to take a sip. Okay. Let's drink some more water. And the same the other way around.
質問の趣旨が大体分かったわ。
I think I see where you're going with this.
こういうことでしょ？
Something like this, right?
人は幸せになるためにどこまで他者を踏み台にすることが許されるのかでしょ？
Oh. So this is going to, for this very reason, this is going to be interesting that this is with Kirie. Something like this, right? To what extent is a person allowed to climb over others in their own pursuit of happiness, right? Yeah. Yeah. It was once again apparent just how smart Kirie was. He immediately figured out the question that Jessica wanted to ask most.
戦わなければ自動的に相手が勝ってジェシカちゃんたちは負けになる。
If you don't fight, it automatically means that they win and you
しかし
lose.
戦って勝てば相手を破綻させることになる。
However, if you do fight and win, you cause the other pair to break apart.
どちらも嫌な話ね。
It's nasty either way.
でも聞くまでもなく答えは決まっているわ。
But the answer is obvious.
はい
Yes. Kirie giggled. If she wasn't willing to commit to her love, then that would show the measure of their relationship. that was the case, then she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was a love she couldn't abandon, she couldn't abandon the victory either. So, she had no option but to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt over forcing the others to split apart as the result of her inevitable decision. I guess I'm just being soft after all.
そうね。
Yep,
甘えてるわ。
that you are.
でも自分たちが結ばれるために誰かを踏み台にするなんて。
But stepping over someone else for the sake of my own love,
そんなの辛いです。
it feels horrible.
じゃあ、ジェシカちゃんは恋のお相手を諦める？
In that case, what about the one you love? Will you give up on them?
それは
That's...
断言するわ。
I can tell you one thing for certain.
その方が辛いわよ。
Doing that would feel even worse.
地獄を這うことになる。
You'll be forced to crawl through hell
生涯ね。
for the rest of your life. A hardness had entered Kirie's gaze. Woo, baby! The Ayumu and Rudolph stuff.
私は6歳だったから当時は何もわからなかったけれど
I was just 6, so... Right, this is your mother talking, Ange. I was just 6, so I didn't understand much about it at the time.
遺品の中にお母さんの手記があったわ
But I found Mom's notebook among her belongings after she died.
それは日記のようなものか
Was it a diary?
どちらかというと随想録ね
It was more a collection of her thoughts.
日記よりももっとアバウトなものよ
It was much less organized than a diary would have
亡
been.
くなってすぐにそれを見つけて読んだけど
I found it and read it right after she passed
その
away.
意味を理解できるようになるには長い時間と私の成長を待たなければならなかったわ
But I needed to wait for a long time, till I'd grown for several years before I could understand it.
なるほど
I
キリエ
see.
の夫婦仲についての悩みが記されていたという
So, did it speak of Kirie's worries about her
あ
marriage?
れは完全にお母さんの呪い帳よね
It was practically a book of curses.
その中身は6歳の私がずっと漠然と感じていた疑問を次々に表解させてくれたわ
It cleared up several things that 6-year-old me had always vaguely sensed. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I did think it odd that Oni-chan lived separately when he was meant to be part of our family, Cece believes in women's wrongs. And I did wonder why he only came home every once in a while. I accepted it as the way things were.
アスムのことは知らなかったのか
Did you not know about Asumu?
お兄ちゃんが誰もいない時に話してくれたような気がするけど小学校前の私にそれが理解できるはずがない
I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one else was around. But there was no way an elementary schooler like I was could
だって
understand.
写真すらない相手よ
After all, I never even saw a picture of
お
her.
母さんはアスムさんの写った写真のすべてをお兄ちゃんに送って家の中には一切残さなかったそうだから
Mom had sent all of the pictures with Asumu-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. If nothing describes Kirie with one sentence, I think that's the epitome. Oh my god. She wants that bitch out of her life and out of her husband's field of view. But she's thoughtful enough to be like, I'm not gonna burn these when her son is grieving her. So I'm gonna mail them to him. and look like I'm being really thoughtful when really I want to clear that bitch out of my house. This is the most Kirie thing I've ever seen. Wow. In front of Ange, and even in front of Battler, who only rarely came home. Duality fucking rocks. Oh, man. Kirie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Ange would probably never have known them. You love Kirie even though she's so cold? Nice. In fact, I think this notebook was probably her way of venting her frustrations so she would never explode. Rudolph had been particularly popular with the opposite sex since his school days, a typical playboy. Audacious, over the top, and yet not lacking a little gentleness towards women. Just like Battler, he had probably built up a formula for getting women to like him. You can read so many different motives into her actions, everything from the worst demon to the perfect mother. Wow. Rudolph was a slut his whole life. It's finally coming out. Plenty of women approached him, using various seductive tricks to try to win his favor. Falling for a slut was Kirie's biggest L. I'm so sorry, Kirie. You don't deserve this. But plenty of women approached him, using various seductive tricks to try to win his favor. Rudolph probably enjoyed that more than anyone. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women and revel in the harem, lapping up their flirting. Anything would, it's true, it's a improvement from her birth family, but also she could have had a better fate. She did have to get the fuck out of there, it is true. Lapping up their flirting. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. Oh, get his ass, Ange. Let's go.
でも、お父さんも同時に媚びへつらう女の子たちをきっと見下してもいたのね。
But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those toadying
そんな
girls.
中に自分の価値観をしっかりと持ち、知性を見せるお母さんは目立って見えた。
Mom, who had her own set of values and was extremely intelligent, must have stood out.
それすらもルドルフの目を引きたいキリエの知恵かもしれぬな。
Though even that might have been due to the skillful way Kirie tried to catch Rudolph's gaze.
かもね。
Yeah, maybe.
お母さんはいろいろな意味で頭が良かったから。
Mom was smart in many ways. Like the other Ushinomiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of who dares wins and it's not a crime if you don't get caught, he would set up businesses that were borderline swindles or bending the law, then bail out of them and repeat that process over and over. Oh my god, he's the one setting up the NFTs that Kraus falls for. He's the one making the Dogecoins that Kraus is spending all his money on. Oh, this is so funny. He's scamming his older brother. Pump and dump. Apparently, he was already making use of that talent in his college years. cleverly making money by thinking up shameless projects and selling cheap tickets to parties for them. So much money that he could brag about how his wallet was always stuffed with 100 10,000 yen notes. Oh my god, he's a charlatan. Not pump and dump. Oh no, that's how he is! He's pump and dump with women and money. He treats businesses the way he treats his women poorly. No! Oh god, it's so true. Rudolph making all the apes in paint while Kirie mints the NFTs. Many women fell for his charisma and being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kirie was not one of them. However, what made Kirie very different from the other women was that she could also support Rudolph as a business partner. He was tricking. Rudolph would laugh all the way to the bank as his large-scale party succeeded. His female entourage would surround him, and Kirie would be the only one among them, able to calmly point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and even lay out a proposal for the next project.
そうして、ルドルフにパートナーとして次第に認められていくわけであるか。
In that manner, Rudolph must have slowly begun to accept her as a partner.
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうように、
Just like some people say men don't belong in the
女
kitchen,
もまた財布に入るべからずって空気はあるわよね。
there's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs.
女はおごられて当たり前。
It's normal for women to be treated by men.
男の出す1万円札をどうやって捻出しているかは野暮だから聞かない、知らない、興味もない。
The details of how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar. They don't ask, don't know, don't even care.
キリエは金に対する価値観が男性的であったということだ。
So you're saying that Kirie viewed money from a man's perspective. Girl boss Kirie, yeah! In that regard, Rudolph noticed something unique about Kirie. He knew all about how much hard work it took to just make one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside him, he looked down upon those extravagant women who had never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Among all of them, only Kirie possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time Rudolph thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kirie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kirie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers.
でも、お母さんだって女。
But Mom was still a woman.
他の女たちにチヤホヤされてるお父さんを見て、心が安らいでたかどうかは不確かしい。
I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all the other girls.
ナンバーワンよりオンリーワンの方が良いというもの。
So she would rather have been his only one instead of his number one.
そういうこと。
Yeah.
お母さんはお父さんの右腕として活躍しながらも、その陰では狡猾に他の女性を切り離していったわ。
Though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows.
お母さんの恋の成就はもはや時間の問題だった。
It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love.
アスムはいつからいたのか。
When did Asumu come into the picture?
ルドルフさんの取り巻きの一人よ。
Girl boss Kirie. Gatekeeper Kirie. When's the gaslight Kirie? She was one of those who swarmed around Rudolph's-san.
いえ、取り巻いてさえいなかった。
No, not even that.
ただのファンの一人だったわ。
He was just one of his fans.
話したことはあるんですか？
Did you ever talk with her?
もちろん。
Of course.
私は彼女のことをよく知ってるわ。
I knew her well.
ルドルフさんがアスムさんの名前さえ知らなかった一番最初からね。
Ever since the very beginning. Before Rudolph-san even knew her name. Oh, that makes this even sadder. What the fuck?
あの子もきっと頭のいい子だったね。
I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself.
狡猾だったわ。
And cunning.
私は頭の良さで目立とうとしたけど、彼女は全くその逆で目立とうとした。
I tried to use my intelligence to stick out, but she took the exact opposite approach.
頭の悪さで？
By her stupidity?
非語欲のかき立て方がうまいっていうね。
I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct.
こびてイチャついてくる女たちの中で、
Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him,
彼女の仕草の一つ一つが派手な女たちに触傷を起こしていたルドルフさんには目立って見えた。
only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of. She was moe, but in the 2000s, yandere wasn't moe yet. Tragic, yeah. Sorry, Kirie. Your time wasn't there yet. 1980s. Kirie was just too early, ahead of her time. Weaponized damselism, yeah. Only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of. Even now, Kirie recognized the mistake she had made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kirie had thought that by taking the role of his business partner, she had succeeded in making him entirely hers. She might have been a little conceited, and her arrogance in trying to eliminate the relationships the other girls had with Rudolph might also have contributed. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him, regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu.
私は冷酷で知的。
I am ruthless and intellectual,
合理的で経済的。
rational and economical.
カルネアデスの船板のような状況があったら、躊躇なく相手を蹴落とす。
In a plank of Carniati's situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation.
そんなパートナーがあの人にはふさわしいと思っていた。
I thought that I was the kind of partner suitable for him. So basically, Jessica, are you hearing this? If she was on the love trial, you'd be fucking dead. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, outside of business, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kirie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Asumu filled that role completely. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head and say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning.
確かに私はビジネスのパートナーの座を手に入れた。
Yes, I did get the position of his business partner.
しかしいつしか
Before I knew
ル
it,
ドルフさんには心を癒してくれるメンタルのパートナーが必要になっていた。
Rudolph-san had grown a need for a mental partner, someone who could heal his heart. They're both very cunning, yeah.
私は愚かしくも知的を自称しながらそれに気づけずにいたの。
Foolishly enough, despite claiming to be the intellectual one, I never noticed.
それでルドルフおじさんはアスムおばさんと結婚を。
And then Uncle Rudolph married Aunt Asumu?
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
取られ
She stole him away from me.
たくさんの女をはべらしていたもの。
He had slept with a lot of women.
今さらどこの女と遊んだって情を移すような人じゃない。
By that point, he wasn't the type of guy who to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept with her. Oh, there it is. He's a slut. Just there we go.
それにあの人にとって女なんて遊びでしかなかったもの。
After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him.
だからこそ私は体以外を武器に自分の存在を示していた。
That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention.
慢心だね。
Conceit,
女として。
a woman's downfall.
間もなく2人は解任するわ。
Before long, they were both
ア
pregnant.
スムさんはそれをすぐにお父さんに打ち明けたけど、お母さんは逆だった。
Asumu-san told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the
身
opposite.
重になることがビジネスパートナーの座を揺るがすことになりかねないと恐れたのだ
Oh, what happened? He must have been afraid that pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner.
当時のお母さんは食が細くて
Apparently, Mom wasn't eating much at the
体調
time
不良とか当たり前だったのだ。
and was often out of
だ
sorts.
から解任に気づくのも随分遅れた。
Oh no, awesome. EVA. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant.
気づいたの。
When did she notice?
アスムさんとお父さんが電撃入籍をしてからよ。
It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into Dad's family register. I knew it! I knew it! That's why she switched the babies. They were already married. That's why he switched the babies. Because she was in the family register. Featherine's line is, what pride is a woman? That of conceit, the downfall of a woman. Older revision said more explicitly that her cycle was irregular. Oh. Interesting. It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into... Oh, so that was a reason why she didn't realize she was pregnant for a long time. It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into Dad's family
お母さん
register.
はその後に妊娠を知ってアスムさんがお父さんを揺さぶる
Mom learned about her pregnancy after that
随分暗躍したみたいだけど
and plotted several times. Makes sense tied to her diet was poor. Mom learned about her pregnancy and after that, and plotted several times to split Asumu-san and Dad apart, but
アスムさんあんなにぼんやりしてそうなの
even though Asumu-san always appeared to be so absent-minded,
ルドルフさんを加え込んだら話はしない。
once she got her hands on Rudolph-san, she wouldn't let go.
だから何ですか。どうぞお引き取りくださいですって。
What do you want? Please stay out of our way, she'd say.
バス一つ乗るにも怖い怖いと縮こまってたあの小娘ね。
And this coming from that sissy little girl who'd curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus. The demon Kirie never considered baby trapping him on purpose. It's interesting. Messy, yeah.
あの時悟ったわ
At that point, I realized
本当に狡猾だったのは彼女だったって。
she had been the truly cunning one.
そうよ。乗り物恐怖症だってルドルフさんの気を引くための嘘だった。
Yes, even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolph-san's sympathy.
ごめんなさい。
My
こん
apologies.
な話を聞いてもつまらないわよね。
I must be boring you.
いえ。
Alright, I need to take a little break, but I'll be right back. Alright. Let's continue peak. Oh, no.
せめて
At the very least.
私の産む子だけでも認知させたかったわ。
I wanted him to register himself as the father of my child.
ルドルフさんもそのつもりはあったみたい。
And it does seem as though Rudolph's-san was prepared to do that.
病院もきっちり手配してくれたし、アスムさんの出産が近い。
Ah, I knew it! Or rather, Dan knew it. Dan, you fucking nailed it. And it does seem as though Rudolph's-san was prepared to do that. He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me. And even though Asumu-san was close to giving birth himself, he gallantly came to see me. He's the one who arranged the hospital. He could arrange the fucking switch.
もはや向こうが本当の奥さんになってね。
Even though she was already his wife.
ひどい人だわ。
What an awful man, really. Gallantly, dude, he stole your baby. And meanwhile, Kirie is starting to be like, damn, he's awful because he did that to his wife. And electric chair Rudolph now. After that is the tale I can't bear even to tell. Both Asumu and I at the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy led to marriage, while mine was completely meaningless. Stole her baby and stole their mother-son relationship. It's true. I swore to bring up my child well, so that Rudolph's-san would be proud to call himself its father. Asumu-san had won her battle against me. However, I hadn't yet lost the war. If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu-san's, if I could make my child the one that Rudolph-san most respected, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed.
しかし、キリエの子は
However,
死産だった。
Kirie's child was stillborn. Did she ever see the baby's corpse?
ええ。
Yeah.
アスムさんにはお兄ちゃんが生まれた。
Asumu-san gave birth to Oni-chan. That's not true, Ange. It was disproved by the red.
しかし、お母さんからは誰も。
But mom didn't give birth to anyone. Ange! You gotta look up your red truths.
お母さんのせめて第二夫人の座に残りたいという最後の希望はたた
Even mom's final hope of being left a spot as dad's second wife was destroyed. Kirie had fallen from his partner to his second wife. And then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asumu and her child, Battler.
そんなのをお首にも出さず、
But despite
お
that,
母さんはお兄ちゃんとも親しげに接してたわ。
Mom was able to act in a very friendly way towards Oni-chan, who is her actual blood son. Ah!
ショックだっ
It was definitely a shock for me.
た。あの優しいお母さんがお兄ちゃんにそんな負の感情を持っていて、それを隠し合わせてたなんて。
To discover that my kind and gentle mother had held such negative emotions towards Oni-chan and managed to hide them and didn't even know that that was her real son. Which is why I'm sure Rudolph was scared for his life when he's like, we gotta talk as a family.
憎かったであろうな、バトラーが。
She must have despised Battler.
でしょうね。
I don't doubt it.
もし死産がアスムさんで、お母さんの方がお兄ちゃんを出産していたなら。
Okay, Ange, we're cooking with gas. Okay, if Asumu-san's child had been stillborn, and mom had been the one to give birth to Oni-chan,
何か歴史は変わっていたかもしれない。
History might have changed in some way. And no, that's the history we are living now. Because Asumu was already in the family register.
もしもそうだったならアスムさんと離婚させて
It seems she thought that if that had
自分と
happened,
再婚するようなシナリオを描きたいと思ってたみたい
she might have been able to make things play out in a way that Dad would divorce Asumu-san and marry her instead. Unfortunately, she went to the hospital that he provided and he was one step ahead of her. And she'd be like, imagine if my brother was actually my brother. Joke's on you, dumbass. Yeah, Dan, you're hitting the nail on the head here. Damn.
それも随想録にか
Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts?
ええ
Because Feathering knows exactly what's going on, so she's like,
だ
yeah.
からこそそれは随想妄想
It truly was a collection of random thoughts, fantasies.
涙で濡らしたシーツの端を噛みながらのお母さんの怨嗟
Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bed sheets.
後悔は一点だけ
Jessica's shocked expression. There's just one thing I regret.
解任ですか
You mean the pregnancy?
違う違う
No, no.
私のおごりだけよ
It's my arrogance I regret.
ルドルフさんはもう私のものだから絶対安全
Rudolph's son is already mine, so I'm completely safe.
あんなアスムなんていう小娘に負けるわけがない
I'll never lose to that Asumu
彼
girl.
女がバスや飛行機でギャーギャーわめくとき私はその手配と経費を適正に処理できた
While she was screaming and shrieking on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the travel arrangements and
だから
expenditures.
私は一番ルドルフさんに信頼されているとおごり高ぶっていた
Yeah. And so I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph-san trusted the most.
恋って育むって言うでしょ
They say love needs to be nurtured, right?
はい
Yeah,
間違ってないわ
that's not wrong.
二人で水をやり世話をして育む
You both need to water that tree, care for it, and nurture
そし
it.
て最後に結実するのが愛という実なの
And at the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love.
知ってる
Did you know?
結実して終わりじゃないのよ
It isn't over when it bears. It isn't over when it bears fruit.
愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は成就したことにならないの
You have to harvest that love, or it will never be realized.
収穫って
Harvest?
それはジェシカちゃんが考えなさ
You need to think about that yourself,
い
Jessica-chan.
実らせても収穫しなきゃ傷んで腐ること
If you make the tree bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten.
虫がたかることだってもちろんある
Bugs will often gather around it.
ねそれどころか盗っ人が現れてもぎ取っていってしまうことさえね
In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. Asumu was one of those lemon-stealing whores.
ジェシカちゃんたち若い子の恋愛観は育むところで終わって
Young kids like you, Jessica-chan, think that love ends with nurturing.
それは甘いわ
That's naive.
愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は報われる
If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded for your love. Not the lemon-stealing harvest. Love.
それは一見愛し合う二人きりだけの問題に見えてそんなことはないの
At a glance, it may seem to be a matter just for the pair of lovers, but that isn't true.
だからいつ収穫しても自由なんていう先延ばしは盗っ人に機会を与えるだけ
Putting off the harvest just because you assume you can do it at any time gives the thieves a chance. So by harvesting your love, does she mean like tying the knot, making it official? When life gives you lemons, remember that mankind specially crossbred lemons and realize that life is a lemon stealing horde. That was eloquent.
苦労して育てた実が翌朝にもぎ取られて亡くなっていたら
What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning?
昨日のうちにめんどくさがらずに収穫しておけばよかったと後悔するはずよ
You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of putting it off.
辛いわよその後悔
That regret really hurts.
地獄を這う
It'll make you crawl through hell.
私はこう
I was lucky.
その地獄が18年で終わったから
My hell ended after 18 years.
だから私は自分を間違え
So I'll never misjudge myself again.
ないあの人は私のもの
That man is mine.
もう逃がさない手放さない
I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sight.
そして主に感謝する
And I'm grateful to my
そ
masters
の機会を与えてくれ
for giving me that chance.
絶対にあの人を諦めないという絶対の意志に奇跡が応えてくれた
My absolute certain willpower in not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. Oh, she's the Kinzo of terrible taste in men. By now, Jessica was speechless. After 18 years, but she got together with him 6 years ago. She knew him for 6 years before Asumu married him, I think. I see. By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even nod her head in understanding. Oh, I see the logic. Okay. This true form of love that Kirie was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined.
今の私は
Now,
ルドルフさんを私のところにつなぎ止めるためなら何でもする
I will do anything to keep Rudolph-san by my side. Seems like they met in college, so she might have known him since she was Jessica's age, basically. So 18 plus 18. 36? I feel like she's got to be older than that. Oh, but she only entered hell once Asumu grabbed him. Battler's 18. Anyway. Now, I will do anything to keep Rudolph-san by my side.
そしてルドルフさんの敵には一切容赦しない
And I will show no mercy to his enemies.
あの人が望むならば私は人殺しさえも躊躇しないかもしれない
If he wished it, I might not even hesitate to commit murder.
18年目にしてようやくその決意を持ったからこそ絶対の意志が奇跡を私にもたらしてくれた
Because I finally gained that determination. On the 18th year, that absolute willpower brought about a miracle for
奇跡
me.
よねそれを自ら成し遂げられる者のところにしか現れない
You know, miracles only come true to those who make them come true themselves. Kirie, does that imply that you poisoned Asumu? This is where everyone else's age math comes from. Oh, yeah. My dad would have been 13. Asunu's death was no murder. However, Kirie had often cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. Oh, she actually did? She actually did? But it was not murder? But it was not murder, okay. And then she actually got herself a knife with which to do the deed. She was about to cut a bitch. I can't wait for Asuna to be introduced as the witch of bullshit in episode 8. That was when the miracle occurred. Aunt Asunu passing away was a miracle? PDA does not fuck around. Not really. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? What didn't send? I didn't see anything. Which of you fucking thought? Oh man. After all, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. Kirie! In other words, she was fated to die no matter what. The miracle was that, even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. Until now, Kirie had never shown Jessica, no, she had never even shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent. You might have picked the wrong person to randomly kill, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. This was the level of willpower Kirie showed in her support of Rudolph as his wife. And it was the same for George. He already had the willpower to confront everything in the way of his love that transcended status. Without love, it cannot be seen, and love is not something easy or pretty. Woo! He already had the willpower to confront everything in the way of his love that transcended status. And he had proven that. Now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the demon's trial. Then, what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Hanon bear fruit and go through with the task of harvesting it? I'm sorry. I only meant to give a little advice, but perhaps I scared you a little too much. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kirie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart.
ジェシカちゃんの恋がどんなものかはわからないけれど
I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan.
ライバルがいてお互いが譲れない状況ならばなおのことのんびりなんかしてられない
You caught things you didn't before? Ooh, I wonder what happened just then. Does she have the strength to kill Shannon? But if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down... But if she kills Shannon, she'll kill Kanon! Because they're the same person, right? I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan. But if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent.
じゃないと私みたいになっちゃうわよ
If you do, you'll end up like me.
女は恋のために
Every woman should have one time in her life
人生で一度殺意を持つべきよ
when she would kill for the sake of love. Kirie, that's fucked up. Calm down. Yeah, that's because there's somebody... That's because there's an accomplice pretending to be one of them. Anyway. When she would kill for the sake of love.
世界中で母を名乗るすべての女がそうだったと断言できるわ
I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. What would it mean if that wasn't the case? Then everybody's on drugs and thinks that there's two people when there's not. Whenever Shannon and Kanon are in the room. I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all,
そうじゃない女は他の女に食い殺されて生涯を嫉妬と後悔の地獄で這い続けるのだから
Kanon dying is just Shannon being like, and then Kanon died and that's it. Yeah, so it can work for Kanon, but killing Shannon, Anyway. Women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives.
私はその地獄に18年いた
My hell lasted 18 years.
私は幸運よたった18年で恩赦になれ
I was lucky to be pardoned after just
たあ
18.
の地獄には今も大勢の女たちがいて死ぬまで出られないの
That hell is still filled with women who will never get out until they die.
後悔する自分を自らの手で処刑しない限りね
Unless they execute themselves in their regret.
なんていうか言葉もないです
Wow, I have no words.
エールを送るつもりだったのに私ったら脅しすぎたわ
I was trying to spur you on, but here I've gone and frightened you too
本
much.
当にごめんなさい
I'm truly sorry.
恋愛なんてもっともっと気楽でいいのよ
Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay?
恋愛なんて本当に火遊び
Love really is like playing with fire.
誰でも簡単に気軽に遊べちゃう
Anyone can play easily and
そして
lightheartedly.
間違えて大やけどした時その傷が生涯残るんだけどね
But when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Regrets and love will never fade. That was all that Kirie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kirie to tell her life story instead of just saying something like that directly. In fact, her past was a topic she usually avoided. But Battler is the game master of this game, and he wants everybody to just say their shit. Some burns heal without scarring. Yes, but this is a particular burn that will stick with you forever. However, Kirie might have felt as though Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kirie had opened up and told everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes.
じゃあ私はそろそろ戻るわね。
Well, I better head back.
今の話、私たちだけの内緒よ。
Let's keep what we've talked about a secret, okay? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kirie turned around.
脅しすぎちゃったかしら。
I wonder if I scared her too much.
でも脅されて知る地獄の方が100倍いい。
Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning.
そこに落ちた時はもう手遅れなのだから。
Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late.
頑張ってね、ジェシカちゃん。
Good luck, Jessica-chan.
ややこしそうな恋だけど負けないでね。
Your love sounds like a handful, but don't let yourself be beaten.
たまには人生の先輩らしく振る舞えたかしら。
It's not every day I get to act like a mentor. I knew it.
何ジェシカちゃん。
What is it, Jessica-chan? Not the scary Jessica CG. What? A windstorm raised Kirie's head. Oh, why are her eyes like that? Why are her eyes like that? It had missed by a hair. If Kirie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably have been buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first strike had failed to land a kill.
言っとくけど、卑怯者だから不意打ちをしたわけじゃねえんだぜ。
Just so you know, I didn't try to sucker punch you because I'm a dirty
わ
coward.
けのわからないうちに一撃で。
I hoped to end it with a
痛
single
みさえ理
painless
解できないう
strike
ちに終わらせようとしたのに。
before you realized what was happening.
言ったでしょ、嫉妬の地獄で生きてきたって。
Didn't I tell you that I've lived through the hell of jealousy?
刺されそうになったことの2度や3度あるんだから。
I've come close to getting stabbed in the back a couple times
わか
before.
るのよ、不意打ちの直前の雰囲気が。
I know how it feels just before a surprise attack.
気配で分かったとでも。
You mean you could sense it?
それプラス一番最初の嘘かし
That, plus the lie you told in the beginning.
嘘。
A lie?
ら。だって
Come
ゲスト
on.
ハウスから来てジェシカちゃんの部屋で本を取って帰ろうとしたら、ここでこの向きでは出会わないもの。
If you had come from your room after picking up a book and were on your way back to the guest house, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that
あ
direction.
なたがその嘘をつく必要性についてチェス盤理論で想定した7つのケースの中で
Chessboard theory led me to 7 possible reasons you might have had for lying. Emulating Kanon? Like the side glances and the serious talk?
最悪のものがこれだったわ。
And this was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kirie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded.
やるね。
Not bad.
さすがキリエおばさんだぜ。
Oh, all the dots are a bit like Kanon too. Not bad. I should have expected that from you, Auntie Kirie.
どうして
Why
あなたは
me?
最初から私を殺すつもりだった
You were planning to kill me from the
誰
beginning.
でもよかった。
It didn't matter who it was.
最悪だわ。
Just my luck.
キリエおばさんの話のおかげで吹っ切れた。
It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed.
感謝するぜ。
Thanks a lot. Kanon has blue eyes, like Shannon. What? Kirie dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Ordinarily, being made to punch the wall would have caused Jessica to hurt her own hand and roll around clutching it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater on the wall. Instead of a look of anguish after smashing her fist against the wall, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you are your father's daughter. Oh, because Kraus was in boxing? Have you taken up boxing too? Impossible. Jessica is bare-handed. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. Please don't resist, Auntie. Just one strike to the head. Hold on a moment. Oh god. My headphones ran out of power but I can't plug it in to charge it unless I free up a USB, and I can only really do that with my controller. So I have to put my controller onto Bluetooth. So hold on a second. We're good. Alright. Please don't resist, Auntie. Just one strike to the head. Oh, come on. You were working. You were just working. What's going on? Alright, it's fine. I promise you won't feel a thing. PDA tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit her, her head probably would have split open, like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I come. If Kirie's kick off the ground and leap backward had been an instant slower, her gut would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair. Kirie is chapter 6. If you don't know the genre at this point, it's on you. Oh boy. Yeah, true. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible, tornado-like gust of wind which blew Kirie back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Hide slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me, but just like you, I can't back down. I can't let my love finish half-hearted. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The air around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists. And it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. She looked just like a Western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. What the fuck? Hello? Armor piercing upgrade. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were even giving off smoke, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye! This is just a nightmare! PDA dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now that was her best option. She was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. And by now, this came as no surprise. Ronove. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier blocked off the corridor. Hide slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off. Stop this madness! This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare! Let me wake up! Yeah, this is a nightmare. I'll wake you up right now if that's what you want. Just one strike. Don't move. Jessica slowly stepped towards her, enshrouded in flames. Each time her feet lifted off the floor, boiling steam hung around her footprints. This was a true nightmare. Hide clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? Hide regretting her speech right about now, yeah. This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please, tell me it is! Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? I'll recognize that. This is a nightmare. I do too! I recognize that this is a nightmare, so please! I'll wake you up with a single punch! with the Envy. Envy, who had tried to kill her before, remember? The stake of Envy got her. Jessica's neck twisted at an odd angle. The one she fought with in episode 3. Jessica got by Envy. Oh, F. Jessica's neck twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards. Her eyes rolled back into her head. Jessica, how did you not notice Kirie suddenly acting out of character? As though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. A demon stake was buried at an angle into her forehead. Envy working for Kirie. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, and then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Why would Kirie go kya and eek, dumbass? The thing is she did that in episode 4. So we might be primed to think, we as an audience might be primed to think she's capable of doing that. But that recontextualizes what the hell was going on in episode 4. Leviathan of Envy right here. If this is a nightmare anyway, why not have the friend that shows up in my nightmares? My friend from the hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Kirie acts by pretending to be Osamu-like. Oh, that could be it. That could be it. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head. Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. Because Jessica's a badass. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own palm against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to imagine that she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Kirie didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can you defeat her? Impossible. She has a contract with one of the great demons. She's immortal. Friend, their only interaction was one murdering the other. Exactly! That is because of love! That is why she is immortal! Yes, love is magnificent! Those without blessings cannot be killed! We break that red magic wall. Ronove-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do! Can we escape out of a window? The windows are no good either. They were blocked by Ronove-sama's barrier a while ago. Incredible. Does this mean she sold her soul to demons for the sake of love? Kirie's like, that's my niece. How could she make so many contracts with great demons? Oh, I'm so jealous. Armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would ensure Leviathan's attacks would never work again. What is she talking about?
自己増強
Self-augmentation.
エンチャント
It's a kind of enchantment.
今のあいつは私に二度と貫かせない防御力を持ち
Right now, she has enough defensive power to prevent me from piercing her.
その上攻撃者にダメージ
Jessica pulling out the power scaling terms, yeah. And she even has the power to reflect the damage back upon the attacker.
人間じゃない化け物よ
She's no longer human. She's a monster. Oh, so that's all.
さっきと大して変わってない
Then not much has changed.
そうとも
How can you say that?
最初の時点から勝ち目がないことに何の変化もないわ
Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning. That hurt. But it won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was blocked by barriers in both directions, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out.
そこの部屋の扉封印されてる
Is the door to this room sealed?
ただの正常だわ
No, it's just locked.
でもただの部屋よ
But it's just a normal room.
窓はあるけれどすでに封印されてるわ
It does have windows, but they've already been sealed.
つまり密室私たちの棺桶ってわけ
In other words, that's a locked room and a coffin for us.
棺桶上等だわ鍵は
A coffin is just what I need. Unlock it.
妬ましいわあんたにしか開けられないなって
Ah, I'm jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole of that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like.
正常なんかしてもあいつは扉を
Krause's massive desk? Even if you lock it, she could just smash through it with one punch.
キリエは自分で自分の棺桶の蓋を閉じ
You've just put the lid on your own coffin.
でもね棺桶の中で私たちにとどめを食らわせたかったら蓋を開けなければ
However, if she wants to send us a killing blow here inside the coffin, she'll have to take off the lid first. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kirie's words. What are you talking about?
その小さな部屋はどうしておばさんを守ってくれる
How will such a small room be able to protect you?
確かにこの部屋は密室だ
This room may be a locked room.
私たちの体温
It may leave us with no method of escape.
でもねあなただってこの部屋には侵入できない
However, even you can't break into this
そ
room.
れが密室というもの
That's what a locked room is. What are you talking about?
そんなちっぽけな部屋にこんなちっぽけな扉一枚でどうして私から逃れたつもり
How does this tiny room with this tiny door make you think you've gotten away from me? With a confused expression on her face, Jessica looked wearily between her own burning fists and the door. Then, slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow.
粉々にしてやる
Smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try. responding calmly through the door, which was the only thing separating her from Jessica. Kirie placed a single index finger on it as if to hold it shut. Jessica slowly raised a fire-wreathed demonic fist. So long, Auntie Kirie. The fuck is this music? Oh. Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was the same kind of slow motion often seen as a special effect at the climax of a movie. However, this was no special effect. Jessica's fist really was slowing down as though it was being sucked in, like a spoon sinking into a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I'm envious of you. Envy. I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivety in love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning, succeed in love, and walk a beautiful life, right? Oh, I envy you. This music is going so hard. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, darling! Break! With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? Oh. She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago? 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24, 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. With Shannon's shift on about 3 days of the week, it's divided 7 times 3. And even though she would go on and on about George all day long, envy power scaling, her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour. So only 1/24th of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312 rounded down. The number of hours that Kirie had been jealous was 157,680. That's more hours than I put into Final Fantasy XIV. In other words, this was a scant 0.2% of the time that Kirie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound, becomes only 2.45 kilometers per hour in the 1/500th world. Understand? You're lacking in both love and envy. Even though Jessica's sonic fists were no faster than a walking child in Kirie's world, Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kirie was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kirie! See? This room is a locked room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on us inside. Have we put more into Final Fantasy XIV than Jessica's jealousy? That's terrifying. Ah, Beatrice's definition of a locked room. What the hell? Then this locked room will be somewhat troublesome. It is impossible for a human to carry out a locked room murder. Only magic can do that. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to break through it. You can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned and they'll start searching the mansion. And then you will be observed. Witches and magic alike disappear when they're observed. The nightmare is already over, darling. Damn it. Oh. I can't believe Jessica is going to drop out all of a sudden. Yes, we know CC. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, please, give it your all. Do it for your beloved Kanon. Come, Jessica, believe and love and let us see a miracle. Let me make a correction. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an extension telephone right here. Of course, the internal phone line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up the receiver while hitting me with a hammer for marrying your high school sweetheart. Aww. No. This is my checkmate. Instruction completed. Locked room murder. Aha. Yes, that is valid. Permeation upgrade. Imagine marrying your high school sweetheart. Okay, I'm imagining. Imagine having a high school sweetheart. No, I'm just kidding. Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Fire! Burning in the fires of love. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder reached inside the locked room. Through the cracks in the study door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening in the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. PDA's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as KDA danced the dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees, and slumped over to the floor. Damn! Casually understanding enough about the nature of Umineko to do magic in such a short time while Battler suffered and suffered, but the way her eyes are grayed out, it seems a little suspicious. I don't think that's the correct way to read it, but you like it? Okay. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, nothing to be praised. It's no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all. Auntie Kirie. Whoa. You were too swag, too YOLO. That was intense. A splendid locked room murder. Could you take care of the mess? I'd hate for her body to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you could clean it up? As you wish, milady. Ronove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he too had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kirie's unrecognizable corpse. And this room that had ended up as a burning hell, he's like looking at all this smoldering and smoke and is like, damn, shit, where do I even start? Jessica finally let out the breath that she had been holding down in her chest, and her eyes are back to normal. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she had done. But even if it had been just a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that what you wanted, demons? Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at them and she stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. Crisp is a good adjective, isn't it? There's no need to look so sad about it. I know that logically. But still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Milady. Hanon-kun, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown how strong my feelings are. George's episode coming out. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Poor Jessica. Milady. As Jessica started to sob, Kanon held her quietly, and he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. You didn't make any mistake. And it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. Not everyone can match up to George-sama's level. But in any event, you have completed your trial, milady. Well done. I admire the strength of your determination. Very true. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. Let me read what Shannon said again. Very impressive, Jessica. That locked room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kirie, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a locked room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. The trials for you, the two of you, have been completed. So then, who will take the next challenge? Alright, with that, I'm gonna save. Well, that was wild. Oof. I am sleepy. And I meant to order food already, so like, I'm kind of burnt through my reserves of energy because I need to eat. Anyway. Thanks for playing. That scene was a fun watch. Yeah! I think it was worth it. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some food. And I don't think I really have anybody to send you guys to. I think I'll probably just end stream, but thank you guys so much. And thank you, Tao, for the raid. W stream. You guys are so nice. Thank you. I get to ruminate on Kirie in previous chapters. Yeah, we got some more context, some more W stream. You guys are so nice. I'm gonna try to stream more often because, well, one, there's September, and also I'm gonna be gone a lot in October, so I want to try to get in as much streaming as possible. So tomorrow might be weird because I have dinner with my aunt, but maybe I'll start stream late afterwards. I'll see what I feel like. But anyway, thank you guys very much and have a very good night.